to our live coverage of round 9 of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. It's been an exciting few last rounds with a lot of high drama. As we're getting started for the round, you can see behind me the tournament hall is getting ready for the gong. Tournament organizers, they play some music, and that should be happening shortly. The guest of honor, an unusual one, is the president of the European Chess Union, Grandmaster Zurab Azmaiparashvili. He will be doing the honors to start round 9. Tomorrow, just to tell everyone, the event will be on the road as we move down to Harlem for tomorrow's round. I believe that will be starting half an hour later. Double check with the schedule to be certain. And now I think, as you see all the photographers on stage getting their photos, we're getting ready for the organizers to press the music button and make some announcements, and then we will be shortly underway. Of course, I'm your host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Later in the broadcast, Anna Rudolph will be joining us and telling us all about her exciting social media projects that are taking place. Of course, as she's mentioned in the past, there's a hashtag Ask Your Question. If you pop your question, pop your question, and she will ask the players what you would like to know about their professional/personal lives. And there we see it's quite a crowd today. I'm pretty surprised for a Tuesday. Usually the weekends are overflowing. That's when everybody turns out, and it's just elbow room and wall-to-wall bodies pressing your way through the Demorion. But this looks like a very special day today. A lot of people on stage. And let me just check the masters, the challengers group. I know we have a huge game, and that is the one between Jeffrey Zhang and Gawain Jones. Marcus Rager and Gawain Jones lead with +4, 6 out of 8. Ilya Smarin in third place with +3. Lou Jeffrey with +2. Eric Hansen, Niels with +1. Erwin Lamy at 50% along with Tari. Vladimir Dobrov, a qualifier. He's doing quite okay. Today he'll face off against Eric Hansen, Benjamin Bach with 3 out of 8. Jordan van Forest, the young Dutch champion, having a tough time in the field with 2.5 out of 8. Tingley and Supiko also having a tough time. Benjamin Bach plays against Niels Ragatari. Jordan and Forrest, a big game today against Ilya Smarin. He will be tested. Erwin versus Garam Ishvili. Jeffrey versus Gawain. That's the one I'm keeping an eye on. Tang Yi Lu, Eric Hansen, Dobrov. And again, as we see the players getting started, and now we have the music in our background. Very nice look at the playing hall there. So for me, of course, my game of the day is going to be in the Masters group, the one with Levon Aronian. I'm just expecting excitement. Again, I'm going to keep my eye on Magnus Carlsen and that Wesley So, Levon Aronian. Now we'll hear a little bit from the tournament director, Jeroen.
After the 3-day Masters and Challenges yesterday, about this 3 days for both groups, we will start today with the 9th round of the Masters and Challenges. And in the 9-round events in the team competition is vandaag de 9e ronde, de 5e ronde, de 5th round in the 9th round events. Live commentary in Video as usual today by international master Gert Winteling. Ook select event voor de Volkskrant, event overdrijven. Begint vandaag om 2:15 today in Dutch at 2:45. And for the people who would like to see the documentary about Magnus Carlsen, is also to see this tonight and tomorrow, by the way, at 7 o'clock in Beverwijk. It's the one next to the station. So feel free to go. And tomorrow we will play with the Masters in Ireland. The round will be opened today by Suda Asmai-Papashvili, Redmans from Georgia, all participants in our tournament, and the current president of the ECU. And he will be accompanied by Marleen van Aarland, the president of the Dutch Chess Federation. So after the ball, the games can start. Good luck and enjoy.
And there we have this starting of the gong, and play is underway here in round 9 of this 13-round tournament, often referred to as a marathon, as it is a very testing event indeed. We have Luc Van Welly starting the clock of his opponent. Fortunately for Magnus, there is no zero tolerance rule, and Magnus' clock will simply just tick down. By the way, in the video screen shot that you see, there's an elderly man to the right in a wheelchair. He's 96 years old, who had a wish, and his wish was that he would be allowed to be on the stage for one day, and the tournament organizers have granted him his opportunity to be alongside the world's chess giants. A nice make-a-wish come true. And Magnus Carlsen, now on stage, filling out his score sheet, getting his score sheet all correct, with his familiar water bottle. And again, just a little grudge match going on here between these two players. And on one of the rest days, they had a soccer team competition. It was Loke's team versus Magnus' team. I'm sorry to say for Loke that his luck in soccer has been as bad as his luck in the chess tournament, as his team went down 6-2. Pretty bad. 6 goals. Ooh, ouch. I think we're going to see an e2, e4 by Magnus, but carefully adjust each and every one of his bits and pieces. And it does look like an e2, e4. Luke has been wobbling in just about everything he's played, including a Perk defense, a Sicilian, a sharp knight or Sicilian in his game with Wei Yi, and today he has essayed the Sicilian as well. Will we see a Najdorf or perhaps some kind of Sveshnikov, something to try to get Magnus out of his comfort zone? And as I suspected, Luke switching things up with a Taimanov e7, e6 on move 2. d2, d4, quickly played by Magnus. Open Sicilian in view after c5 takes d4, knight takes d4. Then the big question is whether we see knight c6 or a7, a6. Luke has been a Sicilian specialist his entire career. He got a great deal of experience, but Magnus has been a Sicilian killer as well. You don't get to be 28, 50 without winning a lot of games as white. Magnus expecting Luke to play right away. In the old days, it was considered that knight f6, knight c3, d7, d6, followed by an a7, a6 was a near perfect pawn structure. I just want to put the pawn on a6. Then black has this restrained wall of pawns on d6, e6, and a6 that covers the squares from b5 right across the center of the board. And this was considered one of the most difficult formations for white to attack. Later, Paul Carrez introduced the move g2, g4, which became properly known as the Carrez attack, and it really put a lot of pressure on the second player. So much so that in order to achieve this, again, the so-called Scheveningen setup with the pawn on a6, black often made other moves at this point. For example, knight c6, knight c3, and d7, d6 as a way of sidestepping the move g2, g4. Essentially, black is waiting for white to commit either a bishop to e2 or a bishop to e3 before playing the move knight f6. Also in this position, what became known as the Sveshnikov defense, knight b5, knight f6, knight c3, d6, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, a6, and we get into a Sveshnikov defense, a defense that also is in Luke's repertoire. He did play the move, going directly into the Carrez attack. Very intriguing. He did play the move knight f6, knight c3, d6. And again, he's aspiring for the Scheveningen setup with the pawns on a6, d6, and e6. I'm causing my producer Leonard Oates to laugh out loud at my Dutch pronunciation, but there you have it. I'm trying. And it's basically a smackdown challenge. If white does not play the move g2, g4, but goes off on another tangent, bishop e2, Luke will be very happy. It's a challenge that, if I see the monitor correctly, that indeed Magnus has accepted. He's played the move g4. Let me refresh my board. And a very quick h7, h6. When I was white against Victor Korchnoi in a game again in Las Palmas, I went for the very quick g5. H takes g5, bishop takes g5. And Victor did manage to equalize after knight c6. My understanding has been that instead of the move g4, g5, oftentimes the white players have played h2, h4, with the idea that after knight c6, as played by Victor Korchnoi against me, they play rook g1 in order to play g5 takes and be allowed to recapture with the h-pawn, thanks to the fact there will be no pin down the h-file. The move h6, h5 has been played, g4, g5, knight f6, g4. It's a very, very complicated line. The question is, who's outfoxing whom, who is better prepared in this line of play? So after g4, h6, a challenge for Magnus. Let's take a walk around stage and get to the other, well, for me, the major game of this round, as two of the tournament leaders are facing off. Wesley So in first place, Levon Aronian tied for fourth place with black. Knight f3 has kind of become Wesley's go-to opening move. Funnily enough, Wesley, undefeated in the tournament, if he's had a wobble, it's actually with the white pieces. Two games in particular against Richard and Pavel, he was in lost positions. He saved both those games, and that's why he's the only undefeated player in the tournament. Also, of course, Wesley can play e4, d4, c4. Knight f3 is his opening choice when he's looking to get a very specific line of defense, trying to rule out some of his opponent's options. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, a Rogozin. This could be well expected by Wesley, as could have the move bishop e7. Classical Queen's Gambit declined is also a key part of Levon's defenses with black against d4. Bishop b4 was his choice today. Bishop g5, the sharpest variation. D takes c4, e2, e4, and c7, c5. Oh my. So this is one of the sharpest lines for black to essay. And after c5, I think we have a move, bishop takes c4. So this transposing back now into, I know what the name of the line is. The line goes c5 takes d4, knight takes d4, queen a5, and I have had a little experience on the white side of this variation myself. Oops, pardon me. Bishop takes c3, queen a5, as expected by Levon, attacking the bishop on g5, the pawn on c3, stepping out of this pin. So knight takes e4 is also available. Two moves that I'm most familiar with, bishop b5 check, as well as bishop takes f6. Bishop b5 check was Wesley's choice. Bishop takes f6, queen takes c3, king f1 is another wild Donnybrook line. You're hanging a bishop with check, but after queen, this is not considered black's best move. After queen takes c4 check, king g1, there's a nasty threat in the position of rook c1 and skewering this bishop on c8. Also notice, of course, that bishop g7, and don't make the mistake of castling into a massive attack with a queen g4. Probably it's best to toss in the rook c1 tempo first, but queen g4 is on white's agenda. That didn't happen because after the move queen a5, we saw bishop b5 check. Very quickly played was knight b8, d7, and we're up to date with the players. Well, still in a very topical line of theory, let's continue to look around at the other games. Anish Giri, another player along with Richard, has had a very topsy-turvy event indeed. Richie could have a lot more points, but he's certainly thrilled by his victory over Magnus Carlsen in this tournament. Let's see how things started. d4, knight f6, c4, oops, let me just turn off my auto update. c4, e6. Rishi is really, really scattered. He can do a lot of things in the opening. You just have to guess as best you can. Knight f3, b6, a Queen's Indian defense. g3, bishop b7, a very conventional line. The most fashionable move, I'm going to say, for the last 15, 20 years has been this move, bishop a6. And one of the funny variations that was played in the 1990s by the Hungarian player András Adrian was this very peculiar and early b6, b5. It didn't become popular, but it's really quite an intriguing sideline, I must say. None of that happened. Bishop g2 was Richie's choice. Bishop g2, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a7, a5, a known move, not the most frequent guessed in top play. Normally, players who play this line with black like to bring their bishop back to e7, making the argument that the bishop on d2 is slightly misplaced. a7, a5 is fine, castles, castles, bishop f4, with a well-disguised little trap. Now, just do notice that this bishop on b4 is on a strange square. There's no knight on c3 that could be captured. And there is this subtle threat of c4, c5, followed by a2, a3, snaring the bishop on b4. So this move, bishop f4, is designed to encourage black to make the retreating move, bishop e7, knight c3, d7, d5, and it's a long game ahead. Again, many, many theoretical discussions, theoretical battles from this position. Continuing our walk around the stage, we'll go to the game of Ian and Pentala. It hasn't been a successful tournament for Ian. Things simply haven't gone in his way, while as Pentala has been playing a good tournament, had a setback, but a solid event for the Indian Grandmaster. I'll turn off my auto update. C4, pardon me, knight f3, knight f6, c4, d5, as expected, knight takes d5. Now, a lot of great battles have been seen in this position after the move e2, e4, knight c3, bishop c4, some topical games in this line, as well as bishop b5 check as well. That wasn't Ian's choice today. He played the move e2, e3, e6, knight takes, e takes, b4. Well, oh my, a very interesting and very different approach from anything I know. b2, b4. Okay, I'm going to suggest that this is a novel approach, but in this day and age, so many new ideas are being essayed. I'm thinking that b2, b4 has been seen before. At first sight, I must say, I like the move. I like the move a lot. With the knight on f6 missing from the knight on c3, both those pieces being traded off, this is going to be a beautiful diagonal for White's bishop. Bishop comes to b2, and it's just a lovely diagonal. I'm being told that actually the move e6 takes d5 is a kind of a new, if different approach. Previously, everybody seems to have preferred the recapture queen takes d5. I'm not suggesting for a moment that the move b2, b4 is a refutation of e6 takes d5, but it is certainly an intriguing way of play. I'm assuming that c5 takes b4 was not played simply because bishop b2, knight c6, let's say bishop b5, it's just too awkward for the second player to solve this diagonal. So Hare Krishna, Pentala, pardon me, played the move c4. Okay, bishop b2, bishop takes b4. Wow, a very unique approach. Hi, Anna.
Yasser, hi. I'm vlogging about joining you in the live commentary.
All right. Oh, hello, everybody. Come and sit down and join with
Thank
me.
you. Look at this. This is what we see, the commentators.
Oh, very
So
nice.
now everybody on the internet will see what we see. What do you think about that?
I'm in awe. I'm in awe. What can I tell you?
You know that everybody's saying that you should be on Twitter and Facebook because they want to thank you for the commentary.
Oh,
yes, you
well-
have so many fans.
Well, thank you.
And they were saying that why Yasser doesn't have a Twitter account.
That would be work. That would take a lot of energy. And these days, I mean, I've got so many TV shows and
Yeah.
samurai movies that I have to catch up on, books and reading. You only have so many hours in the day.
Yeah, I
mean,
understand. Well, maybe one day we will convince you. Eric is on its way. I know that he's about to
He's
make you a real
pushing.
chess bra and
Exactly.
be on social media.
On the Twitch TV, yeah. So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling the
That's
pressure.
great news for you guys. Maybe
Yeah.
Yasser will be on Twitter, on Facebook next year. We hope so. And now we will comment on
Yes.
the round.
Absolutely.
Which is round 9 in Vaikanze, and I think that's a good finish for our vlog. So
Very good.
join us, watch everything that we are commentating right now on tatastillchess.com. This can be watched, and also on chess.com TV. So
Of
that's
course.
where the dear community, the chess community, can follow the live show with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. I've already showed them your photo.
Okay.
So you're
Now
not
we
only a
know.
commentator, but a winner of one of the editions of Vaikanze.
Oh, you mean
yes.
in the playing hall? Yes.
The
Very
Hall of
good.
Fame.
Yes, I still have the trophy, which is a solid steel chess squares and pawns on it.
Oh,
And the
really?
thing is incredibly heavy. I mean, think like 10 kilos. I mean, it's a real murder weapon. And this one trophy I kept. I gave all my trophies to the World Hall of Fame.
But winning Vaikanze is a huge deal. I think
Yeah,
every
it's a-
chess player dreams of winning one edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament.
Absolutely, and it was fun for me. That
So
was
congratulations.
Well, thank
And
you.
everybody else, join the live stream.
There we go. Okay, so we've got a crazy game unfolding in front of our eyes between Ian and Pentala. Really from a very well-known position. E2, E3 was played. E2, E4 is more exciting in my opinion, but E3 was Ian's choice. E6, knight takes D5, E takes D5. Queen takes D5 seems to be everybody's favorite way of recapturing. B4.
What?
Yeah, have a pawn in wing gambit kind of style. White is simply ready to sacrifice his b2 pawn in order to put his bishop on b2.
Yes, sir. I need to understand what's going on. So e takes d5 was a new move, but
Relatively
Nepomniachtchi had it
new.
prepared even like this?
No. I think the move e6 takes d5, a bit surprising. Queen takes d5 again.
Yes, but he
And-
was so surprised that he sacrificed the pawn immediately.
I don't know. I think it's like one of those things, since you're not expecting the move e6 takes d5. Maybe after, for example, queen takes d5, he was all well prepared to play a move like b3 and, bring his bishop to c4. So he may have been reaching for his b pawn already in anticipation
Yeah, that's
of queen
true.
takes d5. So he has it on his mind that he's about to move his b pawn, and then he goes e takes d5. I says, wait a minute. Let's advance it further then.
He must have played this immediately. Look at his clock. This is just incredible because I feel like even if this was a new position, he must have analyzed it. Like he must have thought about this option. Or you
yeah,
think it's just genius and he goes for it like a blitz game?
I think it's a combination that the move B2, B4 is seen in so many different settings these days.
So he used this pattern from other positions.
And probably it just very much appealed to him. And it would be shocking if, like some training session in Moscow 2 years ago for the Russian championship, he thought, well, if anybody plays E takes D5, I have B4. And then the intriguing thing was Pantala moved
C4?
rather quickly. And that's a decision that's also maybe as surprising as the move B2, B4 itself. Because if you play a grob, a grob attack, or the orangutan, normally the orangutan being 1 B4, black is not often willing to oblige the capture of the B pawn for the capture of the G pawn, because that means no kingside castling, and black's king is going queenside, which has all of the weird feelings of danger attached to it. So rook G8 came, bishop E5. So here we can see that the bishop essentially has done a job on this diagonal. Now it's looking in anticipation of black's king going queenside. It stays on the H2, B8 diagonal, and it's sort of like white is saying, come on, guy, put your king over there so I can blast open the queenside. So we have this position, and I think we have a few more moves, pardon me. After
Bishop F5 and Bishop E2.
Wow, look how quickly Ian plays.
Exactly, he doesn't stop, not even for a second, to think about this.
Yeah, he hardly pauses for what is a very new position, again, to my eyes. Bishop E2, and, well, my first thought is if white ever gets the opportunity to go unimpeded, I mean, if he just gets to play two moves, castles followed by D2, D3, it's basically a strategically lost game, because black's king will just not find a good home for itself. So black has to do something to imbalance or upset white from just making these two moves, and I'm not really too sure what he's supposed to do, frankly.
I'm very surprised about this position and how good it looks for white. I have the feeling that this can't be a good position for Hare Krishna. And
exactly.
Even if he manages to castle, the position opens up, the semi-open B file, queen going to A4. Look at that bishop on G3.
Right.
This just feels so bad.
It
the position
certainly
is too
does.
dangerous.
It certainly does. And when you, conversely, as we're singing the blues about black's position, conversely, take a look at white's king. I mean, you're not going to get a more secured king.
Definitely.
I mean, there's a lot of palace guards taking care of the white monarch here. And H5, H4 is going nowhere. F5, F4 is going nowhere. So black is just simply going to be facing the music on the queen side, and it's like scary music that's being...
I'm shocked by this position. I wish we could know what the valuation of the engine is, because I feel like, I don't understand what's going on, why black played like this. Why did he take on b4, giving up the g7 pawn, and this c4 move is also...
The only thing I can imagine that Pantala has as compensation is based on a c4, c3 move, but if you were going to play c4, c3, you might be advised
to do it
immediately, and I don't know if this is going, and I mean, it would be a very peculiar position if
have a d2 pawn.
Some of the players were to walk around the stage and casually look over the players and see there's a black pawn on d2, and call the arbiter and say, wait a minute, I think the players have inadvertently put the wrong color pawn on d2. Well, a big challenge going on in that game of Ian and Pentala. Let's go back to Levon and Wesley. They're in a very theoretical dispute, and it's such an important game for the tournament standings. So we have this position, all very well-known theoretical discussion going on here. Bishop b5 check, knight d7, bishop takes f6, queen takes c3. Okay, now king, as far as I know, king f1 takes. And in this position, I was playing against a Croatian grandmaster, Lalic. Yes, Lalic. Yeah, Bogdan Lalic. And here, I won the game not from... I chose this path. I'm one of those players if, like, I've misplaced my king and I buried my rook. The rook's crying so loudly, and I keep hearing its cries. I say, okay, I'm rescuing you. So the move h2, h4, a well-known pattern. The idea is that obviously you bring your rook over. On a bad day, the rooks can quickly double on the c-file, and there's an issue. Oftentimes the issue is rook takes c8, followed by bishop takes d7 check, and a knight takes e6 check, and it's a big splat.
Jeez, with the queen coming to d5 and the rooks, oh my. No.
Yes, and also you have to be very careful as black against the move knight f5. So there's a lot of killer moves that black has to be careful for, and yet I know there's a sequence of moves, and I believe it starts with queen b4, where this queen is important for defense, and you can sometimes castle and you get out of trouble. Don't get this in your tournament games without a lot of preparation. And I've been told that as my Parashvili, funnily enough, who was our guest of honor, who hit the gong to start the round, has played this variation a lot.
With
Okay.
the white pieces, so Wesley might have been impressed by knowing who will be the guest, and he decided that in his honor he would choose this variation.
Well, that would be very insightful, I must say. Now, Anna, of course, as you came on with your video vlogging and things like that, you are the person that's been really doing a lot of the social media side of the event. Tell us a bit about your endeavors and what our viewers can do to engage.
Our viewers can send us questions every day by using the hashtag #PopYourQuestion. And every day we interview the players chess-wise, but also we ask them the best questions from the audience. So anybody who wants to ask a question to Magnus Carlsen, to Anish Gir, to Wesley So, or in general to the masters, you should send us your questions by using the hashtag #PopYourQuestion. And Yasser, once you will have Twitter, you can also send your questions.
Can I win something like tickets to Magnus's film,
yes,
for example?
That's the other one. We have another hashtag, #SayChess. So that's for sending us photos, chess-related photos. Especially if you are here, you can send us a photo from the tournament hall, about your favorite player, a selfie, anything.
Selfie?
Yeah.
You shouldn't win a ticket.
Do you take selfies? Not yet.
Not even close.
So the hashtag #SayChess for
Okay.
any chess-related photos, and you can win tickets to tomorrow's documentary, the screening of Magnus, the film Magnus by Benjamin Ree, tomorrow in Haarlem, because we will be on tour. You will be commentating with Dutch comedian Tex Devitt,
Yes.
if I know it correctly.
Right.
So we will have the Magnus documentary as well in Haarlem, and you can win tickets to it.
Okay.
Hashtag #SayChess.
On our free day yesterday, Eric Hansen and I went to Beverwijk and went around the city, have some coffee, just taking a break from our
Yes.
usual Wijk aan Zee views. And we went past the Cineplex where Magnus's movie had premiered. So it's already out in Dutch
Yes,
theaters.
that's really
So
really nice to see it.
I was looking to try to get a poster of the film, and then I was going to get all the players to sign some kind of poking like comments, but I couldn't get the poster. I already had the devilish ideas in mind.
It was a great idea.
I know.
I think we should get a poster
Yeah,
just to
and then,
carry
you know,
this idea out.
like film star rocks. It's something to
I like it. I
something
like
to
the
do
idea.
that. So pop your questions. Send in your video / chess related
Photos, exactly,
especially,
to win Magnus tickets.
and you can win a prize.
Exactly. And the pop your question, I think we should show how it is when somebody pops a question and what happens afterwards. So let's see one of those questions sent by you guys.
Actually, I really cannot think of a life without chess. But I don't know, maybe scientist.
Oh, okay. Anything where I can have a huge salary, yeah?
Yeah, maybe. No, but it's like 0% chance. I'm just hypothetical. It'll never happen.
No. No idea at all.
I think, from childhood, my mother loves arts and music, and so I guess I would go towards that direction, because there is just too much influence from her coming that way. So that would be my career.
Thank you, Zol. I hope that you will do some more science and magic on the board with the openings.
Thanks.
Lovely little clip there of
On careers,
Adiban.
and what
Yes.
would you have picked, Yasser, if it was on chess?
Well, it was strange. In my life, it was like my parents had prepared everything for me. I mean, from my education and things of that nature. And it was very, very clear I was going to be a medical doctor. Very, very clear.
Nice.
So even as a very, very young boy, I thought that was the greatest calling in life. The idea that you could heal somebody. So there was just this fantastic, I was looking forward to medical school, medical college, the whole thing, and then chess came in and bit me in the bum, and I became a chess grandmaster
I
instead.
think we are all happy that this chess bite happened in
Yes.
your life, because you are a legend, and I don't know how the chess world would be without you. We have many doctors, of course. It's a great career.
Right.
Also in my family, my boyfriend's family, they are all doctors. I appreciate,
Very
of
good.
course, a lot the career of the doctors, but we would miss you. So I think we all prefer that you are a chess grandmaster and a legend.
I remember there was this very funny conversation between Rustem Kamsky and Grandmaster John Fedorowicz. Rustem Kamsky, of course, being the father of Gada Kamsky. Gada in those days was going to be the challenger to Anatoly Karpov. And Rustem said no, his son was going to be a medical doctor. And John Fedorowicz said, well, I don't know, Rustem. I think he's pretty good. I think he should just stay a chess grandmaster. No. It's very important that if somebody is ill, and that they have a doctor, and my son is going to be a doctor. And John said, well, you're not always ill. Sometimes, you're pretty okay. And, it would be nice to have a chess grandmaster when you're not in the hospital, right? I mean, that's a pretty good career. And Rustem didn't like the conversation very much. But let's take a look at, first of all, let's see if we have an update. Did this actually happen? Pardon me.
What happened?
That is to say, I'm wondering if Wesley followed, yes, H4, Queen B4. I guess the theory. I mean, there are a lot of sharp lines, and right now I know that they're still deeply in theory between this two great players and very important game, Wesley and Levon. Let's continue. Ladies' choice. We haven't seen some of the other games. What would you like?
Which ones have you mentioned already? Because I was
Magnus
not
at
in
the
flow.
top, Wesley, Anish, Ian. I haven't seen Radek and Sergey. I haven't seen Pavels, and I haven't seen Wei and Adiban.
I would like to see first Adiban's opening choice for today, and then I would go with Sergei Karyakin.
All right. Well, Whoa. Okay, once more, Beskaren is surprising us with his opening choice. And also Wei Yi, knight f3, c4, and before you know it, we're in a King's Indian defense. But a very different King's Indian defense. Now, the move h2, h3 has been around for ages, but nobody really took it seriously. Lubos Kovalik essayed it and lost a brilliant game against Garry Kasparov, but Gary was the only one that really kind of tamed h2, h3. It was only Levon Aronian who really kind of brought it back. The idea is you want to play a samish, that is to say, you want to put your, White wants to put his bishop on e3, but not to get harassed by the knight. And if you go bishop e3, queen d2, bishop h6, g4, you get to mate the guy, right? So the guy has to play e5 or c5, and of course, Adiban did neither. Knight a6, bishop e3, c6. Okay, still delaying more or less the required break e7, e5, c6. In many lines, this move e5 comes and d5, and then you want to take. So far, black hasn't made anything untoward. Okay, rook c1. That's actually, in some ways, it's a kind of a relief for black, because it means that now he doesn't have to concern himself about any queenside castling affairs. In principle, the more flexible move, I think, is the move bishop e2. It would have likely have gotten my... I would have played the move had I been in black and white shoes. Rook c1, knight c7. Now, this is very, very different. I have no idea what is prompting this move by Adiban. You don't want the knight on c7 in a e7, e5 structure, because after d5, the knight on c7 doesn't belong there. The only reason the knight belongs there, and I know it looks a little bit strange, is if the knight could come to b5. There are a number of variations in what is called the burn defense, where a7, a6, castles, b7, b5. And if you just allow me for just a moment, Verrassing, surprised, that knight actually is useful on c7. Now, I've played along just to produce a single variation where the knight might potentially be useful. Normally speaking, like white will just play b2, b3 in a position like this and, thumb his nose and say, why did you put your knight on c7? I'm going to recapture with my b pawn on the c4 square, and the knight on c7 looks a little bit strange. I think we see in our monitors, Wei Yi is kind of looking around saying, what is my opponent doing? I have no idea. The move knight c7, inventive, ingenious, or as we said about Velimirovich, his problem was too much talent. This might be a case of too much talent. All right, and you said Sergey.
Yes.
Yes.
And then I would go back to Magnus's game, just because it's the game that he was waiting for from day one.
Yes.
Playing against Mr. Van Bailey.
Exactly. All right. Well, I see that the Queen's Indian defense has become a popular defense today. Richie has played it with bishop b7. Bishop a6 is the most trendy way of playing the Queen's Indian defense. And Robin van Kampen actually introduced me to a label I didn't know. Apparently, the Dutch Grandmaster Sergei Tiviakov has called this pawn formation when black gets the pawn on d5 a pig.
A pig?
A pig structure. It's like, what? Okay.
Why is it called like that?
I don't know. I mean, you have to use your imagination. I have no idea. But okay.
We understand the dragon, I think. But
Yes,
the pig.
but the pig is somewhat different. Sergei is choosing, the defense that is also very popular against a Catalan. Livonaronian was explaining that, this bishop on b6, and that was why he came up with this remarkable idea of knight a3 against Anishgiri, and the players are closing in on their completed development. Bishop b7. That move strikes me as odd. I think many of us would be playing for the move rook c8 followed by c6, c5, and lots of trades, and everybody's happy after a well-played draw.
Yes, that would have been a very likely outcome, but bishop b7 also surprises me. It doesn't seem like it's necessary. I know it's possible to play it, but
Of course.
but I would also prefer your move, rook
Yeah,
c8
rook
first.
c1. Yeah, rook c1. Yeah, and c5. I can only imagine. Well, he's
Daring for e4.
yeah, e2, e4 takes. Knight takes e4. Now, there are a lot of variations where you have to be very careful. There's weird things that could go wrong. Like, okay, this is one weird thing that could go wrong. Let me just put it on the board. You don't want to get the sudden mate on h7 threat, and you end up losing your bishop on b7. But for sure, the move bishop b7 is preparing to meet e2, e4, either with c6, c5 now. And something tells me that they're still in the theory books around these parts. All right, let's go. Did you say Magnus?
Yes.
Lady's choice.
I see him walking there. He was checking on Sergei. And whoa, e5.
Yeah.
I like that move. Of course, it's not winning on the spot, but it's still beautiful.
It came from a Karez attack. Yeah, that the last moment we saw. Just let me take that last move back. The move e5 with the double attack of the pawn on c6, as well as the knight on f6. Well, let's see how we got here. So g2, g4. I was at the opening of the show, I was suggesting that Luke Van Velde was going to mix up his Sicilians. He's not going to walk into another Najdorf killer blow. And he played the Taimanov line and allowed the Karez attack with h6. Bishop g2, a different approach. I was explaining that in a game against Viktor Korchnoi. As white, I had played the immediate g5 as I liked my attacking potential. I won the game, but not because of the opening. And I think the most testing line against h6 is the move h4, with the idea to play rook g1. And white, and so many Sicilians, is looking to use his g-pawn, I'm about to do it, as a battering ram. You go g5 and g6, and you get the guy very nicely. That wasn't Magnus's choice. This is a kind of a more positional switch, throwback kind of move. Bishop on g2, trying to discourage the move knight c6. Not successful. There you go with knight c6. And h2, h3 is a useful move. In many of these lines with g3 against the Najdorf, white first plays the move g3, then later it goes h3 and g4. And this knight on d4 kind of swings around to the g3 square. So white gets an accelerated variation of the g3 Najdorf. No way, says Luke. g5. Now that is really throwing down the gauntlet. I mean, for a Sicilian player, this is a really big challenge for white. If white is not careful, the knight will go to e5, the rook will go to g8, the pawn will go to a6 and b5. And basically there's no breaks in the position for white. You're not going c4, c5, you're not going f4, f5 thanks to the g-pawn. And this is a real in-your-face kind of challenge.
So Magnus had to act immediately.
Exactly. To stop the knight from coming to e5, he took and played the move e5. Now, the drawback of the move g5 is like 5 moves from now. Your best move will be to play g5, g7. which according to the FIDE rules is not possible, which is a pity because that would really help black's position a lot. Now, when I was young and I got these kinds of positions, I fancied myself a budding Tigre and Petrosian, and I sacrificed my exchange, of course. I would take, and I'd lose lots of games, by the way. Bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, and, like I said, I would lose the game, but I would have won the initiative, right? I mean, this idea that I, somehow won the initiative pleased me to no end. I mean, I just thought this was great. And there are compensation factors, but these guys, they know how to neutralize these types of sacrifices. But that could have been an option. No doubt it kind of fluttered somewhere in Luke's mind.
He went
And
knight
knight
d5 to prevent bishop takes c6.
exactly, so he blocks the diagonal. And now, this is, okay, this is really weird, okay. I'm sure I'm mixing it with a pattern where there's a pawn on g3 and not on g4, but there's often these kinds of tactical battles. But
And with the
here,
pawn on g3, there would be no f4.
right, you get this bishop b4 check kind of disturbance followed by knight f4. So that is not, so we'll just do it the obvious way for the moment. We'll take on d6. Surely black does not want to allow some horrible kind of queen d4, and while you're not looking, you'll lose your rook on h8. Bishop takes d6. Okay. The only good thing I can say is you're looking at the f4 square, but this looks very nice for white. This pawn on c6 is not a good pawn in the Sicilian.
No,
you
it
want it
isn't.
on b5, right? On c6, here this looks like Magnus getting some kind of clamp in the position that would be rather injurious.
Yes, I'm surprised. We received information that knight
Yes.
takes c6 is a new move, but I'm surprised.
Really?
I'm surprised it's new because it's so logical.
G5 is rare.
G5
Not
is rare.
everybody
That
plays
makes sense,
g5.
of
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
So
yeah.
few games for g5, and this is the first game when
I
white
think-
takes on c6.
I think bishop d7, to my mind, would be more like a main move. The idea
that's
is
what Van Wely played against Adams in 2005. And he didn't want to repeat his own game. Maybe he was worried that Magnus liked his position more and he wanted to try something new, something rare.
well, he certainly did.
Or he forgot about it.
Or he forgot
Which
it.
is the suggestion of our producer.
Yes. Double question mark. How dare he suggest that these titans of chess could actually slip in their memory? But bishop
So that
d7.
nobody sleeps, not even Magnus, who didn't give mate in 3.
Yes. That was
That must be still very painful for him. I think it's
definitely and mystifying. I was actually at the Italian, our favorite Italian restaurant in the neighborhood, and a group of chess players asked me about it, and they said, well, what they found very surprising was that it was the exact checkmating pattern that Magnus had used in the World
And I
Championship
was
match.
listening to you at the live commentary.
Exactly.
You were with Sergey at the moment.
Right,
and you
exactly.
You wanted to tell him, but you couldn't.
I couldn't because he was victimized by the pattern. And so, of all the players in the world who are familiar
Yes,
with the pattern,
exactly.
how could it happen? Have no idea. Bishop d7.
mystery.
Yeah, this is very common idea. Let me just put a move on or two on the board. Bishop e3, knight takes. So the idea is this bishop on c6 kind of neutralizes this bishop. A very decent position. I like white's little extra space, but black is solid enough. G7, g5, like I say, that really is a challenge. It throws out the gauntlet. Knight d5. I'm thinking that e takes d6, unless there's some... I'm wondering if there's some crazy brazen way. I'm looking at ideas like queen d4. They seem premature to me. So I'm going to go with oops, sorry.
Yes, I think he has played e takes d6.
Right. I'm going to go with that capture. And again, I always look at these moves queen d4 because, well, you know.
Yeah.
There's a rook.
Maybe he doesn't realize.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's a hanging rook. But knight e4 sure makes a lot of sense. And I think Magnus is going to be pleased with the outcome, depending on making sure that this f4 square isn't going to be utilized. All right, let's go back to Ian's game for a second, because that game, well, I mean, you know, it's like we're like vultures, you know, like we're like the blood, we like the clash.
But I think the audience as well. So
Of course, and we're here for the audience, absolutely. So, I was mentioning that in this exact position where white's king gets to the king side, there's no h5, h4. Pentala, again, recognizing that he has to do something to disrupt white, otherwise it's just a signing of the score sheet, has played the move bishop e7. Normally speaking, such moves I'm not drawn to them because I always think I've already developed the bishop. I see the move bishop e7 as a kind of a withdrawal, loss of the tempo. But again, black has to do something, and at least with the move h5, h4, he's being more than annoying. He's actually creating a threat. Bastard.
So it was worth going back to e7 with the bishop. It looks
Worth
like
the
a loss
tempo.
of a tempo, but he has to create
Yes,
attack.
yes. You just got to create problems for your opponent. d2, d3.
Not caring about h4.
Not caring about h4. And I must say, I would have definitely stopped to consider blocking the threat h2, h4 myself.
Do you think he was worried that the knight would be captured at some point and the pawn will be hanging on h4?
Potentially. Well, let's just have a quick peek at what that type of a variation might look like. h4, bishop g4, as you say, Anna. Black is looking. But then when you think about it, okay, you're going to take my h4 pawn, but I might take your d5 pawn.
Yes, this
So,
with the king on e8, it doesn't
yeah,
feel safe for black no matter what.
I'll toss in rook b1 just to be my annoying best, and I'll encourage, or I won't prevent such things. Then the bishop on f3 makes a very pleasing impression. Like, just, that's a good defender.
Yes, this looks like winning.
Yes.
For white.
My spidey sense is tingling. But that was not his choice. Ian said, I don't care, go for it. h4, bishop here. Now, always you think in such positions about moves like bishop h3, which was not played, by the way. Bishop h3, knight here. You think about these such ideas, but you know you're not really breaking through. Rook takes g2 is not a big threat. h3 takes g2, not a big threat. And white might just say, you haven't injured me, and on the contrary, I'm kind of happy to see this pawn.
Shield on
Yes,
g2.
right. I'm kind of happy that you put your pawn on g2. I'll drop my bishop. So bishop h3 was not attractive to Tata. He played the move d4. Now again, I don't know what I can think about this move other than to say, you simply can't let white complete his development. Rook b1. The king on e8 is dead. So you've got to accelerate and blow up the position and be annoying. d4 was played and e takes d4. Okay. My first impression would have been to play this move. Why? I love gaining tempi. I love gaining, forcing my opponent to move. I'm not afraid that later you will play the move c4, c3. Great. You've got a 1 and only one strategic trump. In the meantime, I'll play rook b1 and
Exactly.
I'll clobber your king.
Yeah.
But Ian, and what's the time again?
Oh, he's got lots of time. And look at him. I mean, he's calculating. He's got his eyes closed. He's very focused, and he must be calculating already something very concrete, I believe.
With no question about it. And he's played all of his moves very quickly. He's only
Yes.
really spent 2
He's up
minutes on his
40
clock.
minutes, basically.
40 minutes. I've seen this in quite a number of his games, that he really has an edge on the clock, but then he spoils. Like some games, like he spoiled his game with Luke. He was lost, essentially, came very close to losing. That game did end in a draw. He took, and then came, well, just a second, let me update.
On d4, knight
course.
takes, and now he's thinking.
Well, normally you would think before you play he did
Yes.
d4, because there's no other move than knight takes d4.
He's calculating so much, even his lips are moving. Did you see that?
I wasn't watching,
His
no.
lips are moving. He's like saying the moves.
Really? Have you played against opponents who sometimes
Not many.
that, you can just see them going? I've seen it in Hikaru, but most of the old guard, especially Belyavsky, John Nunn, Jan Timman, Anatoly Karpov, they were beautiful poker players. They were so stoic. You didn't know if you were a rook ahead or a checkmate behind.
Well, Nepomniachtchi is not one of
No,
those.
no, he's not.
Oh.
Wow. So he's obviously deep in calculation, but why stop now? Why suddenly calculate at this moment when there were other intriguing
This
opportunities?
is puzzling. It feels like he's solving the problem of his life. It's a maths problem.
Right.
And he's so focused.
I had a dear friend in the Northwest. His name was Michael Spiegel. I was in my, let's say, 30s or so, or early 20s. And Michael said to me, "I'm sorry, Yasser, you're not going to become world champion." I said, "Oh, pity, what
Why?
makes you so?" He says, "Well, I've seen these two unbelievable juniors from the Soviet Union. They're geniuses." I said, "What's their name?" He says, "Vasil Ivanchuk and Boris Gelfand. They're just unbelievable. They know everything. It's incredible." So the first time I played Vasil, he spent all the game looking up in the ceiling, right? I mean, it was like looking into infinity and calculating all the variations. I mean, he had this. 5 hours into the game, I started looking up into the ceiling. Then I played Boris Gelfand. So we went from the macrocosm to the microcosm, because Boris was spending all of his time looking at E0, right? He had his head down. He was swinging a knight in his hand, and he's looking here. And I said, "My God." I came back and I said, "Michael, you're right. Between the two of them, they've got all the universes covered, from the subatomic to..." It was amazing. But okay, Ian's in that, calculating or not
Yes.
looking at the board kind of player.
And
Things going
definitely
on.
not a poker face. Also, Magnus Carlsen doesn't have a poker face.
Yeah, but he's got that California cool, right? That kind of laid back, thinking. That works for me. I like the California cool. One game we haven't seen, and then we're going to show you a video of Richard. And before we get to, yes, this is the game. Dmitry, all draws -1, though he had a loss to Abidan. Brilliant attack by Adiban. It can happen to any player. He's playing against the early leader of the tournament, Pavel, who unlucky that he's not on +5 or something. He had
Yes, he
winning
had many
positions,
good
Wesley,
positions.
winning positions against Radic. However, he's in second place. I know Dmitry has a deserved reputation on the online world of blitz chess. He's an extraordinary blitz player, and he's been playing Bishop F4, London kind of systems. Today it's the trump the Trompovsky, of course, I speak about e6, knight d2.
Not about the latest happenings in
No,
politics,
no,
right?
no. Bishop h4, d5, e3, c5, c3, and a Kali system. Again, I kind of consider this a soft approach by white, as white, whoa,
Very aggressive.
e6, e5. Well, Pavel says take your Kali and flush it. I'm going to just go for you. e5. My goodness, that is a real challenge for white. By the way, in such positions, black should be a little bit careful that he doesn't find himself in a kind of a stonewall position after f2, f4, where white's pieces are more harmoniously played. Well, e5, forget the stonewall. You're not getting the stonewall. I'm here to really challenge you in the center. Knight e2. Let me pause because this move of bishop takes f6 I consider a huge strategic threat. There was a capture, e4, bishop c2, and now let me update the game. e4, bishop c2, that was the last move. Well,
G5, bishop
g5,
G3.
bishop g3. Well, this is wild. This is just, for me, this is a very different position, a new position. And if you said it came from the trump, I would say, what? Really? I don't,
Yeah.
in the Trompovsky, I don't see a black pawn on e4. If you put the pawn on e6, yes, I would have understood that this pawn came from e6 and we'd be in a trump. But this is something really, really weird, very, very unorthodox. Even it's getting the attention of our world champion, Magnus Carlsen, looking at the position, but looking at the score sheet as well, like, how did that happen? Well, very exciting round here in round 9. We're going to show this video of Richie following his victory over Magnus. But my impression when I watched this is that, wow, Richie was almost depressed by his victory. I didn't see the beaming smile from ear to ear.
Yes,
What
he's
did you
very
think?
modest, but I was also surprised. I expected him to be somewhat happier. Maybe he was happy inside, but he wasn't showing it. And definitely, he's a very humble person. So instead of saying, "Oh, what a genius I am!
Yeah,
I've just
right.
beaten Magnus," he was like, "Well,
I
I'm
was
not having a
lucky.
good tournament. I'm
I-
on -2."
I can imagine winning a game.
Yes, yeah.
I almost said.
I think
Well,
that-
have a look at the video.
Yes,
At the
and
back end
then
of
we
the
are
video,
back.
we're going to take a break after this video, and we'll be back in 10, but enjoy the video.
Richard, how does it feel to play the first game of your life against the world champion Magnus Carlsen and beat him?
Okay, it's of course it feels very good. Yeah, I mean I was not really expecting to win a single game after what I have done in the previous rounds. So yeah, I'm very happy, of course.
Do you think that this is a kind of message to Magnus that he should count on you as a future contender? I don't know if you have read Anish Giri's book, After Magnus, and he takes you as one of the possible future rivals of Magnus Carlsen for a world championship title.
No, I think it's a message for Magnus that he has off days, you know. Just that I'm not considering. Okay, I'm standing on -2, so okay, he's still on +1. Yeah, so it's quite a big gap. I mean, in general. And anyway, I mean, okay, I just played a nice game. It's a bit pity that I could finish it. I mean, for Magnus, but that's all. I mean, technically speaking, he could just, when I played knight b3, he could just take on c4 and some queen e6 or something that's very close to equal. And then he played this d4, which is a bit too ambitious, I think, yeah. So, okay, he a bit overpushed, yeah, let's say.
What do you think about the game that you played against Wesley? So it must have been painful, but on the other hand, it was a beautiful attacking game. Did you sleep well after that? And how do you think about that game now?
Okay, most of my games here are painful, yeah. So, I mean, today is a very nice exception, but and I spoiled them all except today. So, yeah, that was a very difficult burden to move on.
But it also must give you some strength that you have this power of crushing anybody basically on the top level chess.
Okay, you crush someone when you sign the score sheet, you know. So
Thank you and good luck for the rest. Who's your favorite world chess champion?
Magnus Carlsen.
Perhaps it will be in the future.
Bobby Fischer.
Kasparov.
Michael Toll.
From chess point of view, it is definitely Kasparov. I'm a big fan of Magnus because I like his spirit and his.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of Round 9 here in Vikonsee, Holland for the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. It's been a wild affair, some really dramatic rounds, especially the last two. Boy, we've just about seen everything in chess, and if you had told me before the start of the tournament that Magnus would miss a mate in 3 where every move was a check, I'd say that's impossible. But we've seen it all. We're going to pick up the game of Magnus Carlsen versus Luc van Velde, a kind of a grudge match between these two very combative players. Luc is kind of the David in this David and Goliath battle, as Luc has been playing, well, his results, I should put it that way, have been poor. Luc played a very challenging move on move 8. The move G5. Previously, when he had gotten this position as black, he had played the much more thoughtful, careful move, if you prefer, bishop d7. He played g7, g5, essentially throwing down the challenge that he wants to control the e5 square and not permit a future f2, f4 by white. Magnus captured on c6 and played e4, e5 with the double threat of skewering the rook on a8 as well as capturing the knight. Luc blocked both threats with the move knight d5. There was a capture on d6, queen takes d6, castles, and after the move bishop a6, attacking the rook on f1. Magnus moved his rook to e1, and we're up to date with the players. I like Magnus's position specifically because this pawn on c6 is really a potential weakness, as well as the fact that this knight on d5 is not what I would call stable. That is to say, white has ideas of knight e4, b2, b3, as well as c2, c4, giving the knight the boot. The other big question is, where is black going to put his king? It's all well and good to say that black intends to play the move bishop g7, followed by castles, and should he get both those two moves in, then his game is not bad at all. The problem with the immediate bishop g7, of course, is that this rook move is a sly one, as it's moved over to the e file, and after knight takes d5, c6 takes d5, white would clip a pawn on d5 thanks to the fact that the pawn on e6 is pinned. White would simply be a pawn up. There's some compensation. Black's bishops are okay, but I would take the pawn and be happy. So that is the issue that Luc is facing, and that's why I'm not expecting the move bishop g7. And it appears like we have several very famous guests who are joining us in our studio. My goodness, I see Jeroen Vandenberg, the tournament director, along with two formidable grandmasters, Ivan Sokolov and the Grandmaster Zurab Asmai-Parashvili, who did the honors today in ringing the gong. Well, who's going to join me first? Zurab, come on. Zurab, hi.
How are you?
Welcome. Nice to see you. Welcome.
Nice to see you.
You're chess grandmaster, but you're also chess politician. You're the president of the Georgian Chess Federation?
No, I was.
But president of the European Chess Union.
Well, it happened.
Yes, and Georgia is going to play host to the Olympiads in 2018.
Exactly.
Very exciting. Huge undertaking.
Challenge for Georgia, yes, big challenge. Yes.
Huge undertaking. And it's not going to be in the capital, Tbilisi, but you chose Batumi. Tell us about, first of all, how did it come about? I mean, it's
great. You know everything you're saying, but you never been there.
No, I've never been to Georgia. I'm looking forward to the opportunity. Tell us about it.
First of all, before introduce Batumi,
yes,
I would like to take the opportunity to invite you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Second, okay, now Batumi, it's a very fast
By the way, Georgia has a very big reputation for being so generous to guests, so friendly to people, and you did it right away. You said, "Please invite
We
her."
will try. We will try our best. I know
Right.
that our people are motivated very much. That they never, I think, in Georgian history, never organized something that to bring together more than 180 nations,
Wow.
which is very, very important for us.
You mean
And,
in all
it's a
sporting
challenge.
events?
Of course.
In
Of
all
course.
sporting
All
events.
sporting events. So
Wow.
that's why this is our challenge. You know, well, in the past, you know very well, Georgia was and still is a chess country,
Of
but
course.
chess legends like Nona and Maya.
the ladies especially.
But now it's a new challenges are
Mhm.
coming. Okay, now it's a different era. Now we have a different names
Yes.
from different countries also
Yes.
as well. But Georgia is now challenging to become a country with a chess tournament and big chess tournament. So actually, Olympiad was such a challenge, and it was. I was thinking to where to organize the Olympiad before making a bidding in 2014. We make a
Right.
bid about
It,
this.
many years of planning, of course,
Yeah.
has to go into this.
Not so many years, but okay. Actually, all this idea came to me after I see the campaign, for example, Tromsø campaign.
Okay.
Tromsø was a
In
quite
Norway.
nice managed campaign.
Mhm.
Well, I cannot say that Olympiad was so successful like campaign, but campaign was very, very good. And I understand that I learned the time a lot, meeting people also from Norway, so how to manage the campaign.
Right.
It was important. Then, in some moment, because it's impossible to organize Olympiad without state support. So when my actually colleagues and my friends, I decided in 2012 to run in politics, in Georgian politics. So we won the election. So I said, okay, this is the best time. when I can convince the government for this, if not now.
No, exactly.
So, and step by step we start to convincing. First was like this, that because to ask immediately huge budget is difficult. You understand?
Yes.
It's impossible. That I said, okay, if let's give some budget for the campaign, because we need a campaign,
Right.
not big one, just pay what is necessary to pay for FIDE
Exactly.
fee, and then just to give some money to make a campaign and to people to introduce where we are, why we want to do, and etc. etc. So
Exactly.
and then let's see. Then you give a little bit more if you see that the campaign is going well,
Right.
but you can cut also if you see the campaign is not going well.
Clear.
So and by this entering this game, we see that the campaign is going well.
Right.
If it's campaign going well, I
Right.
convince my government, and the figure actually which one I give, I said between 60 and 65% we will get.
Wow.
Olympiad, and it
Okay.
was 62%. You know, it's
Wow.
again, it's important that
Was it confirmed in Baku?
no, it
then?
was confirmed in Tromsø.
It was even confirmed in
Tromsø.
Tromsø,
In Tromsø,
yes.
exactly. So, and of course, I know that 2016 Baku will organize.
Right.
Now, of course, it was challenge for me. I know my neighbor.
Yeah, they did such a great job.
They
Baku
did-
was
they did-
fantastic.
They did a great job, and this I know in advance that they will.
We'll do a great
They will
job.
do a great job. So, now how to compete with Azerbaijan, which is
Right.
an oil country,
Right.
one of the
Richest.
big player,
Yeah.
oil player. So, Georgia is not.
No.
If I organize in the capital, Tbilisi, which is again, it's a beautiful city, but how I say, for the communication is very important, infrastructure. Communication, much easier in Baku, because Baku have a boulevard,
Yes.
they have a plane hall,
Yes.
and all hotels are here, and they are accessing like this.
Precisely.
Precisely. You see, and easy. Now I said in Tbilisi is up and down city. It's half mountains like this. You know, it's not like this. The communication hotels are in the different places, so you cannot avoid the traffic.
Okay.
And this is horrible.
This
for
is
chess.
gonna be
It's
a
not
big problem.
not regular. Sport people, they don't understand. They say, okay, we organize many events. I said, you organize events which finish 2-3 days.
Right.
Then it's fine
Right.
for transportation, but for chess player, every
2
day
weeks.
to spend in the buses about 1 hour. It's
Right,
too much.
going
It's
from
too much.
hotel to
I'm
hotel.
a former chess player.
So you understand.
I cannot accept it.
No, no.
And Batumi have a chess tradition. This is important also. Many events we have been organized there, but in the past we don't have so many hotels. In some moment, starting I think in 2007-8, something like
Right.
this, Batumi started construction of new and branding hotels.
Right. And
And
by the way, let me just interrupt you to explain to the viewers that when you're organizing a chess Olympiad, it has one of the most numbers of sports people of anything. You're talking about 180 countries. Even if you take a figure of 10, it means 1,800 people. You need a lot of hotels.
I know, I asked Azerbaijan organizer, they were more than 3,000.
More than
More
3,000.
than 3,000
expected.
people. So we are expecting the same number.
Right.
So that's,
And,
and the good
you-
point is, for example, I promise 5-star. Why I say 5-star? Because I already know that all chess players I can accommodate in 5-star,
Exactly.
which is good.
Right.
Which is good.
Fantastic.
So I convince government to have a budget for this.
Okay.
This is also important. And Batumi, it's a city 150,000 inhabitants. So not like Tbilisi. Tbilisi is 10 times bigger.
Right.
So there is a huge boulevard which takes something like 6-7 kilometers.
Oh, nice.
And very nice. People are, making sport there.
Right.
And you can swim as well. Also
Right.
in the sea because this period is good period.
By the way, let me just interrupt you there because in Baku, we already spoke about it. There was a boulevard that we would very nicely walk in the night, even 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and the families with their children
Yeah, they
were
were-
playing in it. It was beautiful. It was fantastic. So you're talking about a boulevard similar.
I'm talking about similar boulevard,
Yeah.
but Baku is a megapolis, right?
Right.
So Batumi is not.
Exactly.
So chess people will be for instance, in Baku you walk, probably nobody knows you.
Right.
They just walk. In Batumi, everybody will know that this is a team.
But that's nice
That's
also.
nice. That's nice, and you can spend.
Right.
Only one thing which is not so good for chess players.
What's-
Batumi is full of casinos.
Okay, big danger alert. You warned. We're warned.
I warned already
Okay.
people. There are a
Right.
lot of casinos.
Okay.
And many gamblers also
Okay.
from Turkey, from Israel.
to gamble
So,
there.
yeah.
Okay. But the big question then is also you're talking about the infrastructure, but it's also the transport because these 180 teams are coming
Yes.
from all over the world.
Exactly.
Will you make special flights, for example, the teams from Africa? How will we get to Batumi?
I think the best way, and we will start it now because I don't want to lose the time. This for Georgia, Turkish Airlines is one of the leading company, and they have airports actually. The TAF company, which is a Turkish company, the airport of Tbilisi and Batumi also belong to them.
Okay.
So, a preliminary talk already I have with Turkish Airlines. They are ready to because they have a regular flights, 2 flights per day from Istanbul to Batumi.
Okay. Direct.
Not on Tbilisi, they
Brilliant.
have a lot. From Turkey, it's a 6 flight per day.
Wow.
So to Batumi, they have 2. They can make a
Extra
for Batumi.
planes,
Yes.
yes.
But of course, you're right. We cannot avoid Tbilisi as well. And my idea, to say the truth, is not to fly immediately from Tbilisi airport to Batumi airport, which one we can arrange also. It's not a big deal. But Tbilisi airport have already installed the train station. And train takes 4.5 hours to
Not
Batumi
bad.
from Tbilisi.
Not bad.
Non-stop train. It's a
Right.
non-stop train, which is also important.
Right.
And it's nice also to go. You can sleep or you can
Yes.
read something.
Go through the country
Yeah.
and to see
So
Georgia.
we will manage. This
Yes.
this is a challenge also. We are working on this direction. You are absolutely right. One of the challenges it's a playing hall. venue.
Okay. Yes. Also.
Because Baku.
It was fantastic. I mean, ridiculous.
You are absolutely right.
Right.
Yes.
And
So-
I heard that Tromsø was really too small. That
really too small.
Right.
So recently I came here. I was in Batumi only for 1 day. Actually, travel by train and go by train. I prefer to go by train than by car.
Okay.
So I have met, and the important thing is like this: that government of Ajara, because this is autonomous republic,
Okay.
they decide to give the budget for a building.
Wow.
I don't say that this will be chess building.
Right.
This will be multifunction sport building. Also
Okay.
sport for sport. But they have to understand, they asked me, what is your need? And I was very well prepared. I introduced my need.
Right.
They understand this very well, and they said they will do. And they will open this palace with chess.
Fantastic.
And then, if it's necessary, they said, because there will be necessary to put the tribunes or to put for gymnastic. Gymnastic need even I know this now. 14 minutes minimum standard is 14 minutes,
Right.
which is good for
Right.
chess, by the way.
We like it actually
we like
for
it.
the
Of
air,
course,
the breathing.
exactly. So we already discussed and we agree that this will be done.
Fantastic.
That's important. That's
Now-
important. Now I'm not worrying about this because it was really crucial meeting now.
Exactly. Now, you know, when I also think about the Olympics, I have to associate this big challenge of the Olympics with a preliminary one, which is the World Cup.
Exactly.
Tell us about the World Cup.
Yes, nice question.
Another challenge.
I don't expect that you so much concentrate. Yes, we already manage also, and we have a date of the World Cup. It's the
What are the dates?
2nd of September. It's a Saturday.
Okay.
We decide Saturday because we can start on the 1st, but okay, normally it's the 2nd of September to have an opening ceremony. If you want to invite some officials, it's better to do it on the free day.
Okay.
So 2nd to 28th.
Of September.
Yeah, exactly. It will be in Tbilisi.
Okay.
It will be in 5-star hotel, Hualing, which is the Chinese brand. But new brand, they're very decent hotel.
Right.
And the important thing, they have a very nice playing hall. 800
Excellent.
square meter.
Wow.
It's hotel itself is 1.5 years old.
Okay.
So,
really new.
very good.
Yes.
And one of the reasons, okay, I was thinking maybe to organize also in Batumi this. But first of all, official bid was for Tbilisi.
Okay.
Tbilisi municipality is giving also some money.
Okay, so we have to make
I have
respect.
to organize.
Yes.
I understand the players probably they would prefer to have in Batumi because
Okay.
to enjoy 1 month in Tbilisi you can spend 4 or 5 days, which is very good for
Right.
tourism. But if you stay 20 days, of course, you prefer Batumi, where it's a fantastic boulevard and you can walk a lot.
Right.
So this hotel in Tbilisi, it's located in Tbilisi Sea area, where it's a huge place to walk.
Okay.
And to make a gym, to make a swimming or whatever there is.
So very nice. So it sounds to me like the players
Yeah,
will have
everything
a lot
is
of
done.
choice.
We refresh little bit contract now with FIDE. Already, I think it should be published. And as you know that even we are facing some difficulties of our currency, I have to say this, all currencies are
Yes.
facing the same, which is not connecting with directly with dollar or with euro, even euro is facing a problem. So our currency dropped down quite a much after we have a preliminary budget with the government. But after refreshing the contract with FIDE, I'm quite confident, and also I'm speaking with sponsors. I cannot say
Yes,
all names now
yes.
because they are famous names,
Right,
by the
very
way,
good.
in chess world. And I'm quite confident that we will not have a problem with budget, especially this year. This year I will be ready in April to close all budget of the World Cup with FIDE. So.
Fantastic. Well,
Yeah.
that's a good note. We're going to just take a look at some games for a moment. Now, I'm going to take advantage of your grandmaster skills, not just your political skills. But what Zurab was basically saying, if the Georgian currency goes low, this is going to be a great vacation. Your money is going to go very far. Make plans to visit the World Cup and the Olympiad. I promise you, these are fantastic events. Now, I'm not going to let you go because I want you to talk about the European Chess Union as well, and the European Chess individual championships and all of those other challenges you face. But let's mix it up a little and just go to the game of Magnus Carlsen. I just want to get an update of what has happened. He did play Bishop G7. No, this can't be. This was my analysis.
Yeah.
Did he really?
E, not G.
He did play this. He allowed the pawn sacrifice. He went for it.
He allowed this. Pawn sacrifice.
It was very strange. It wasn't completely necessary to play the move bishop g7,
Yeah.
but maybe he was fearful of moves like queen d4 and then maybe the black king.
I think he was afraid.
Yes.
Okay.
So he did sacrifice a pawn.
And can you call this is completely sacrificed? And what to do now? Where is the compensation?
It's just the bishops, no?
It's the bishop.
I've seen in some accelerated dragons they sacrifice a pawn.
Okay, one move I need, yeah, to win the game.
Bishop e3?
Bishop e3, okay.
So you're very dubious.
Okay.
There is no sacrifice.
Oh, there is no sacrifice. Sorry.
Bishop is only 7.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Spawns.
Looks like Ivan Sokolov,
Bravo,
a great
Ivan.
defender of Luke Van Welly, has informed me that Luke has defended his pawn, and he went. So you were very dismissive of the sacrifice. You didn't think it was sufficient. Bishop
No,
e7.
It's not serious to sacrifice and just.
Well,
Bishop 7,
okay.
yes, even okay. What?
Okay, but then the challenge is for black, we will play knight e4 with the idea
back.
to play. Go back? Where's
Yeah,
back?
C7, yeah, maybe.
C7. I wanted to give the knight the boot.
But why I cannot take on C4?
I have this dirty
dirty
dirty trick. Yes, you know, I'm looking at. So the pawn is poisoned. I don't know. It's looking very suspicious position for black. First glance.
Yeah, even if just simply you play b3 and bishop e2, it will be disaster.
Exactly. So
okay, knight f4 you could put what to do.
Yes, what to do else. And now there's a guy here, right? Dunk. I'm looking at this guy. I will take this guy. You will take the guy.
Yes, I have to.
Something is feeling just a little bit wrong for black, no? Queen a4.
Little?
Look.
No, it's not little bit.
All right, so I think black is in trouble. Let me just take a look at the game of Wesley. So I was told, by the way, you're perfect. You came on air at just the right time.
I came actually, and I was there when I saw that Wesley saw, and the lady who is with Wesley.
Lotus, yes.
Yeah, Lotus. She was
combing his hair.
Yeah, it's some kind of ritual, yes.
Yes,
before the game.
yes, but it works. It worked the whole of 2016. Wesley So, incredible player of the year. I mean, America was just amazed by his success. What I was saying, Zurab, is you've actually played the white side of this in the past a number of times. Yeah. Oops, let me just turn off the... And successfully, I can imagine that you've done a lot of work.
Sometimes successful. Okay, actually, this is, of course, not my personal work, but about this position, I remember, okay, all of us, we use this.
Right.
With Gary, I think we analyzed quite a lot. That's
exactly.
Why,
it was very topical.
But not every time was successful.
Yeah, exactly.
Really, it's sometimes you need to have a very good memory because the moves are similar and you can make a small mistake like this and it's a completely different position.
Yeah, the subtlety, you have to pay such attention. And like you say, your memory has to be perfect. A6, bishop e2, the play, and again, I'm assuming this is all theory.
Yeah, this all theory should
be. Black gives back the pawn, but this is annoying pin from white's perspective here. Let's see, Wesley, they're playing quite quickly. Check, take.
Okay. No.
So
take,
you cannot take because there's a back rank check. You take, there's a back rank check, and then suddenly there's the rook on h8 will be skewered. So castles, then we're up to date. First impression is black solved his opening problems, and the game is heading to a draw.
Yeah.
Okay. One more look at another crazy game. I think you might like this. you're a chess player, so periodically we play on the same game server, and when you get a break on the ICC.
I want to say that you are beating mostly me now.
No, that's because you were.
ICC is 3 minutes.
Yes,
you are not playing 1 minute because
right.
I'm motivated to play 1 minute.
Yeah, you love the 1 minute. I see that you really. So for you,
For 3 minutes is too much. You see, I have no time for.
I have no time. For you, I mean, okay, you still have the passion for chess. You love the chess. And
Yes,
when you
very
get
much.
that moment,
Very much, yes,
you know,
I
okay,
love.
you say to yourself, I have, thank goodness, 15 free minutes. It means I can play 5 1-minute games. Hold on, I was looking for the game of Ian. Just a second here.
But you know, the worst when I'm playing, sometimes I'm not using glasses. I need the glasses to something like plus 2.5. And when I'm not using glasses and I'm playing chess, this is horrible.
The diagonal
Very
becomes a
difficult.
different.
Then everything is moving like this, especially when 1 minute is impossible to play. Then really all board is moving.
That's a big handicap, I must say. Okay, this was a crazy opening.
Interesting.
What happened is we got to a very standard position, everybody's favorite. Everybody plays queen takes d5. This is known for ages. E takes d5, a very rare guest. Hello. Before. Wing gambit. I see in some of your games that you like these flank attacks and mixing it up. Okay, but this I don't see. When you play wing gambit, you're not supposed to be this successful. He took on b4 and traded voluntarily this beautiful pawn on g7. Then when we were leaving it, I thought Pentala was just going to get crushed, because the problem for me is I couldn't understand where black will put his king.
Yeah.
You don't want to stay in the center, and you don't want to go anywhere.
Actually, you cannot attack this king, is clear.
He tried.
He tried.
Okay. And away we go.
D4.
We left the position around these parts. This is how Pentala has won an exchange, but still, the question is, what will you do with your king? Remains. Oh my, okay, so he has some idea of maybe blocking. 94.
Rook g6, g3, yeah?
Yes. And we're up to date. Just a second, let me just make sure.
Yeah.
King f8 was the last move. First impressions, Zurab?
Okay, what first impression? It's clear that first impression is maximum what black can achieve. If they survive, which is draw, they cannot win the game, because, okay, white will not blunder anything.
Right.
Difficult to blunder. Okay, how to proceed now with white? This is a question, yeah?
Okay, we go...
Rook e6 maybe he's planning, yeah? Here, bishop h6, king e8 back, and then queen b5 check.
Yes.
Yeah, so how to do it? Queen b5, queen d7.
Queen d7, now I have...
No, you don't... you have immediately this. Okay, take on g7.
Check.
Then you take on d7, take on e6, yeah? But then rook h7, maybe it's a good move, and you're...
Harassing. I trapped my... I tricked myself. Very good. So king f8. It's not over yet. Well, at least the most direct winning method doesn't...
correct. It's the most direct and the winning,
yeah. Is there... No, I don't see a way that I can mix that up.
No, you can still win the pawn, but it's not clear you will win the game, because when you take on d7, then you can make a check on d1 instead of taking on e6. Okay. Knight g7, take on d7. Take rook d1.
Thank you.
But then, okay, even rook d6 is valid here, because you take and king c5 is going, okay, which is not worth it at least.
So it shows that you're still chess player. You may be politician, but you can see combinations, you can see patterns. Yeah,
you know this very well.
You can take yourself out of the world of chess, but you're ready to jump back in. I see. Speaking of which, by the way, the Georgian team, when you host the Olympiad, It's going to be very strong. How many teams will Georgia? You'll have ladies teams and open teams in the open.
I think minimum. I think there is a FIDE standard, which one normal day second team it's automatic.
Automatic, yes.
Just I'm thinking ladies team. Probably we will to refresh the memory and to invite the old team.
Oh, so you have
Why not?
the legends,
Of course,
team of legends,
of course,
team of the
champions. They were the
Champions, of
champions. So why not?
course,
And
of course.
it is good. I believe that Maya, if she plays and she will little bit prepared, she can play at least level of 25.
Yes.
At least what
Yes.
I believe personally.
She's really such a
No,
talent.
she's still playing and she's a world champion, senior world champion.
Fantastic.
So, it was very good. And actually, she will be 77. But I
Wow,
believe that
very
she can play. Anyway, we are
And
not.
does she still play table tennis? She was
I'm
actually
not
champion.
Sure. I'm not sure that she's
77.
playing now table tennis, but chess is playing daily, and she's really all this emotionally she's in chess. When
Right.
she's playing, I know Nona long before, yes.
Right.
When she was one of the first, she was a world champion when I was a kid.
Yes.
And I introduced some, this mate on F7.
Yeah, yeah.
So for me it was like this, So, and from that time I know Nona. And then we play in the same team during the Soviet period. I know that after the game, Nona is losing. Winning, okay, she will not complain. But if she is losing the game, finish. I have completely winning position. And she never say that she don't have a completely winning position. So much is involved, Many times, of course, it was like a joke because she believes always that she has a winning position, which is good. It's giving them new motivation all the time to be
Optimism and the confidence that
I
you
have
needed.
no doubt that she will become again champion.
You're right, because of this. The first time I met her was in the 70s. Gabrintashvili, she has come to Lone Pine, California. This was a major
Achieved the
tournament.
GM norm.
Yeah. Well, it was worse more than
Yeah.
that. So top grandmasters, Petrosian, Smyslov, Korchnoi, Larson, Timman, Spielman, and all of the American players played. And she came. And in those days, I must say, a lot of the male grandmasters had the attitude of Bobby Fischer. Night odds. The ladies, they need a night. She came and she won the tournament, made a GM norm, and beat the hell out of us. we kept our mouth closed after this. She was fantastic.
She was the first lady.
Yes, to
Achieved
really
the GM norm,
achieve.
and not by title.
Yeah.
Not by title, just
really, really deserving.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was great. Okay, let's see another game. Just a second. Hari Krishna, I'm told that... sorry. I had the game up on my screen. Just a moment.
Karyakinian next.
Oh, Sergey. Let's take a look at Sergey's forward. Just a second. Sergey Radic. And it was Queen's Indian. Whoa. Okay, you give hanging pawns, but are you so happy? Sergey is one of those players, for me, very classical understanding, and he's playing all classical defenses, including e5.
Yeah.
And for him, I think everybody was so surprised. Everybody, I mean, in the United States and Norway, that he played so well and kept... Well, he tied the match. I mean, what can you say? Magnus was very happy to leave New York.
Very limited people expect this.
Yes.
Including myself. I don't expect that will be such a fight.
Right.
It's Magnus, but it was a fight.
It was a serious fight. He really heroic struggle. I don't know. The times more or less look similar to me. Balanced position. I'm told that I'm going to go back to the Ian game for a moment because the time difference is great. And okay, I was looking more at the direct stuff with knight f5. That wasn't working for Ian. So
Play
where
rook
did we
d1
go?
keep playing.
Yes. So not the move knight f5, but rather rook d1. Okay. Well, we see the threat.
And here,
Yes.
why the rook from e1 not to have a threat like rook e6? Yeah.
Right, sidestepping this rook e6 business.
I know it's very nice position. You prefer to play with white.
Absolutely, the initiative, the
What to discuss more.
exchange, the exchange.
I don't know what computer will show, but I know that what we prefer.
Right, right. It is just so much easier to play for white. But the time is quite a difference. Oh no, I see that is the game of Sergei Kiryakin on the board. What's going on?
Something is wrong here.
Something is wrong. I'm been told that Hari has 29 minutes and Ian an hour and 24. Very big, big difference on the clock going on in this game. And let me just see the game of Magnus.
How they develop? Yeah.
C2,
Your
C4.
move is coming, yeah. So
Well,
I'm proud that he played Queen C7.
You're proud that you can guess Luke's move with understanding.
No, maybe he will take with Park. You see, he played knight before. It's
Yes.
more practical. More practical. Rook d8. He want to knight d3 at least somewhere.
Right.
You know.
Just that the knight can be maybe a little bit annoying. The annoyance factor is very important in chess. To disturb your opponent, not to allow him everything so very smooth. You had mentioned if Magnus was able to achieve b3 and bishop b2, in your estimation, it was like strategically winning. It's just a great, it's just great position for white. I'm of the same mind that. So now, well, what do you think? Kind of normal move?
Yeah, bishop. Yes, correct. Queen e2. Yes. Rook d8. Yes,
Rook d8 anyway.
Rook d8 or no.
Rook d8
Long
feels
castle, no. Long castle, no, yeah.
feels right. b3.
King is on e8 better. Yeah, right now. It's not good.
Oh, sorry, you were also.
Yeah, maybe this was Ivan's suggestion. Yeah.
Oh, Ivan wants No, Ivan does not want to support Black's position. He's like, please guys, don't include me in this conversation for Luke.
No, I'm wondering what does he do on Queen d4? Primitive move.
Primitive move, Queen d4.
Also, Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov, great
nice
player, is in our studio looking at these positions, and he's also saying Queen d4 looks very unhappy. Queen d4 simply much stronger.
You don't want.
No.
Obviously.
No.
Okay, Rook g8 he will play. What to do?
Rook g8?
Yes.
Okay.
That's just like
Rook lost my support.
Hold on. Ivan just said, just a second. Let's put this in context.
Did
Ivan said
for today?
that Luke Van Welly lost his support. But I just want to clarify. He lost his support not because of this position. He lost his support before the game began. I mean, this is just an example.
It's looking, it's really.
It's can be no, cannot be.
All right.
Knight f6 you cannot.
Knight f6. This is
I'll
knight
take
c2.
knight c2, yes. And rook e6 is not valid because I taken king f8.
Aha. Zurab, you have.
Okay, this 1 minute blitz.
Yes, 1 minute blitz.
Feeling of 1 minute.
You're saying takes, and king f8, or king f8 immediately.
Only move, yeah.
Yes.
And
Enough.
Rook is too much.
That's a lot of pawns, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah,
Queen h6.
You can take on h6 again.
h6, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of pawns. That's I'm getting curious.
But 1 minute game you play, you will win.
Yes, 1 minute game.
It doesn't matter that rook.
Okay, we're going to keep this game in our background, and I want to ask you another key question. It's not that you have just enough challenges with the World Cup, with the Olympiad, with fundraisings. You're also the president of the European Chess Union, which means you have to concern yourself with the individual championships, men's and women's, all of the scholastics tournaments. You have to make sure that the European chess federations are supporting your programs. Talk about your challenges in that role.
Of course, there are professional challenges, also challenges from other party. How you are developing one side, which is okay. It's important to organize all these championships, but we find a formula which easy bring us organizers,
Right.
especially for women. It was always a challenge where to organize, how to find this minimum prize foundry they have.
Right.
So we decide what is the tournament, which one people are willing to organize. So this is scholastic, very, very well, this
Exactly.
championship, use 818.
Right.
So we just implant the new formula to be combined. You like to organize this, okay, but you sacrifice
along
also,
this
sacrifice
event.
something for us.
Okay.
So now instead of, I'm very proud to say, instead of some under-table negotiation, this is a clear picture. You are willing to organize event which brings success, probably even financially. I don't analyze situation, but if you are willing to organize it, you have a lot of organizers for kids event.
Yes.
So it means this is a good for your country. You can easily find a sponsor. Doesn't matter. So it's
a combination event.
Combination. That's we decide. Okay, you organize this, but previously you have to organize women's championship.
Right.
So it works.
Okay.
A lot of bidders we have.
Excellent.
There is a bidding procedure. So people now, they know that they cannot organize any challenge for kids
Right.
if they don't take this event.
Right. Because the scholastics event draws 1,000 tourists and
Exactly.
1,000 children with their
Exactly.
parents
So-
who are spending.
Support
Okay.
professional chess also.
Also
and
by
they
the
support the
side.
professional chess now.
Very
now
nice.
we have in advance already the championship now will be in Riga. This will be women. Next year it will be in Turkey.
Okay.
And no, next year will be in Slovakia. Sorry. And Turkey, it will be decision now because Turkey is willing very much. So next year Riga will organize kids youth event, and after Slovakia and after Turkey. You see, Turkey decided in 2016 actually to organize in 2020 kids, but they have to take 19 women.
Okay.
That's important.
Very
for us.
nice.
And it's working.
Okay.
So from the other point, we don't want to go further because there is a bidding procedure. We don't want to kill other organizers potentially, you see,
Right.
to open the door. That's why this was an exceptional decision. Normally we are working for 2 years in advance to give the events, not to have a like 4 years in advance. Then it's some kind of we are killing the competition. Which one you need? You need the competition. So this is like this. Men also we sold somehow. This year will be organized. I believe that will be on high level in Belarus, in Minsk.
Oh, really?
So it's a nice place. I was there during the European Rapid and Blitz. By the way, Nigel Short play also
Okay.
this event. I met him at the airport. So.
Okay.
And the Belarusian organizer, they did really their best to organize on a high level. And this event is even higher profile.
Still.
So they will organize, and they are involving very high officials there.
Exactly.
The Olympic Committee decide everything. And next year, as the challenge again for Olympiad, we have to prepare Batumi well. So we have to organize something. We decided to organize European Championship.
Nice.
Yes, prize fund we are keeping.
Okay.
We are keeping the balance, which is a minimum. It's 125. So we are
1,000
doing
euros?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
We are keeping this level. Okay.
Very
We continue.
good.
About the tournament, there is really no problem. So we are not worrying. European Union, Chess Union, financially is very healthy organization.
Right. The richest federations in chess are the European chess
Yes,
federations.
and that's why every year our balance is becoming more and more successful, and we are reaching good numbers.
Okay.
So, but at the same time, our expenditure really also become
growing
huge,
as well.
Growing as well, because we established the Chess School Commission. We are organizing chess school conferences also together, and it
And that
will
was
bring
su-
the results. I
and-
believe that it will
and-
bring the results
And
also.
that was supported by the EU Parliament. They passed the law
Yes, they
recognizing
passed the
chess
law.
in the
After
schools.
that, I have two meetings. To say the truth, they are moving very slowly.
Mhm.
This is a typical bureaucratical organization
Okay.
which works like this.
Right.
Last time, a few months ago, I have a meeting in Brussels,
Mhm.
also with the same persons, including by chance Euro Commissioner for Education, Mr. Navracis. And I told him that we are working, we are willing to have, and we need also from your side that will be some steps.
Exactly.
More than it was the Euro Parliament
Right.
is a fine, fantastic, but now we need
The concrete steps.
concrete steps. So,
Yes.
the important thing that they have now feeling that they own something. to us.
Right.
This feeling I already
Right.
managed to put there.
A little pressure.
A
like-
little pressure. So
Yes.
they
Respond.
they are willing to work.
Okay.
They are willing to
I
work. and to-
remember a fantastic.
but it's not easy time to say the truth for
Right.
For many
Of
reasons.
course.
And
I remember a fantastic interview I read with Boris
I know
Spassky.
especially it was. I decided now.
Uh-oh.
Yasser.
I have to represent
I,
Batumi.
no, this is not Batumi, this is ECU.
So you wear so many hats, I had to be sure. This is the
This
official
this is the ECU. Let me see. It's written European Chess Union.
Outstanding. Well, I have to represent. Wonderful interview with Boris Spassky. Boris Spassky was asked this and that question, and he responded to the interviewer, no, you've got it wrong. That's not the problem in chess. The problem in chess is we have many great players. We don't have enough great organizers.
Yes.
And that really had a very big impact in my mind because he was absolutely right. I look at these wonderful players on the stage behind us. Great players all over the world, and they're crying. We need great organizers. In the EU, you mentioned that you're growing your budget, but you're creating an infrastructure that will welcome sponsors and organizers. How do you answer this? By the way, it's a 20-year-old interview of Boris Spassky. Do you see great sponsors, great organizers emerging?
Unfortunately,
No,
I agree
no.
with you.
Mhm.
Even worse that we are losing year by year the great organizers. It is true.
Really? Ooh.
I think it's mostly it's connecting with the whole world economical situation. So, but again, there are always I'm taking example. There are such organization, professional organization like rugby, for example, which is
Yes.
not popular in most of the countries in the world.
Six Nation Rugby, yeah?
Exactly. So, but they are very successful because they have professional management.
Okay.
So, chess is almost 200 countries.
Right.
But
no successful management.
Not successful management. So, either problem is in our game, chess,
Yes.
or either organizer. I
Right.
believe that because we don't have organizer now, even remember 20 years ago. Let's say 20, 30 years ago. We have fantastic organizers in the world.
Yes. Tilburg,
So something
I remember,
happened. It
all
looks
over Linares,
like
many.
either organizer lost the motivation, which is very bad.
Yes.
And because we have to think about how to motivate the organizer. One of the reasons, always I say, if organizer is losing the motivation, then you will be not successful.
Right.
It's important that people have to understand that organizers who should have a motivation.
Right.
And players have to understand this.
Right.
To think about this, to keep organizer like,
Motivated, as
yes,
you're
it
saying,
should be
yeah.
like this. For instance, in Europe I'm trying to help organizer. This year, really, I said like this, that please, we have to organize. Do you need the financial help from us?
Right.
Organizer. I'm ready. Of course, we are limited on this, but
Right.
I'm ready to motivate you financially
Right.
also.
If it's
Because
needed.
I need you. I
Yes.
need you. Without you, I will be not successful.
Right.
Somewhere we have to do it financial. Somewhere we have to do another level to
Software.
coming to meet people, to meet sponsors, to meet like
Right.
this. So there is a different ways, but we have to find the ways how to motivate the organizer.
Right.
that's good that vacancy exists now. I spoke with Jeroen, and he's very proud that next year will be not only next year vacancy. This is great.
Right.
This is great. But how many tournaments we already lost?
Exactly. Many.
It's a sad news when Linares you are losing. You know, you have such a tournament. Of course,
IBM,
so.
Intel.
I visited yesterday AV Center. Of course, what we discussed something. I cannot say because they will say maybe much more for the future. At least we find a way probably how to support.
Right.
Of course, issue is not enough strong, and maybe they are not enough strong, but we can have ideas to bring the ideas which can work.
Let me just explain to the viewer what Zurab is talking about. Here in Amsterdam, in Holland, we have what is called the Max Erve Center. It's really a beautiful facility in downtown Amsterdam. It's kind of a museum of Max Erve's papers, his writings, his books. It's a place where a lot of juniors have training sessions, tournaments take place, including some of the league. And it's really in the epicenter of downtown, but due to budget crises that happened in the Dutch government, the funding for the Max Erve Center was cut. And what Zurab is just explaining is that, look, this is such a important landmark, a piece of Dutch history, of chess history. We have to save this. We cannot allow the center to close. And now you're explaining that you have meeting with them.
Yeah,
said, how can we help you? Yes.
Yes, on the meeting, it's a cooperation. Separately, you cannot really help and support. But in the cooperation to bring the ideas, and yesterday I just don't want to open the ideas now because it's up to the center management to open the ideas.
Their board of directors.
Maybe they don't like that we open now ideas because then for them will be more difficult to work on this.
Mm-hmm.
And they are willing to work on this, but there is a part, which one I say, this part we will take.
Okay.
But you have to be successful to bring it together.
Exactly.
So if they failed, they can fail, but today they have a motivation.
Right.
Which is important. Okay. They have a motivation. I believe that they will work, and our promises we will fulfill from the other side. So
we're going to take one more game, and I know that you are a busy man.
You're right.
Your honor of the games.
After tomorrow, I have already board meeting of VCU. So
okay, but which game would you like to see before we take our second break?
Well, again, this game probably Nepomniachtchi. It's most interesting game also. Yeah.
Nepo was
with Magnus more or less was clear. Yeah?
Right. So we left it Zurab after Rook D1, Queen D7, sidestepping the threat of Knight E6, Rook D2.
Okay, again.
I'm not at okay. The Rook is protected. It means our knight can now start to jump different ways. And now we saw one more move, Rook F6. Still not an easy position to play, but one of the things that I really admire about the generation here, what we could call the computer kids, is they defend incredibly well. They find resources. In our generation, we would say, "Oh, the position's bad. You can't play like this."
With the same feeling, I said, "Oh, we'll choose white."
Yes,
but it's not clear
that it's not clear. These guys, they really do defend very well. So big, tough game going on. Zurab, as my parish.
Thank you very much. Yes,
thank you so much, and good success with the World Cup, with the European, the kids,
and you're my guest. Please.
Thank you so much. We're taking a break.
Magnus, who among your fellow chess players is the most stylish?
I don't know. I haven't thought too much about that. I think Anish will be disappointed if I don't say him, so I'll say Anish Giri.
He will be so pleased. Who is the best football mate?
It depends on who is the best and who is, the best teammate. In this tournament, I don't know. Tomaszewski played last year and was actually very, very good. Very solid.
You are missing him from this year.
I'm missing him in the football field for sure. And I would say Luke is decent, but I would never be in the same team with him. So.
Who is the best dancer?
I've been fortunate not to find out.
Who's got the best Twitter account?
I don't know. It all depends on whether you consider quality or activity or whatever. But maybe Anish again.
You like him a lot?
Yeah, I do.
Who's got the best jokes?
Me.
I think everybody agrees.
That was a joke, by the way.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament, round 9. I just wanted to take a look in the challenger section how the young Dutch champion Jordan van Foreest is playing. He's playing an extremely talented veteran grandmaster who's been in the world's top for the better part of 20 years, Ilya Smerin. And the game opened, Jordan was white, d4, g6. Interesting, Ilya likes very much the King's Indian, but by playing g6 on move 1, he invited Jordan to play a perk defense, which he immediately accepted. Jordan happy to play the white side. Oh, he played bishop e3. I was hoping we would see the Austrian attack. That is a super challenge for the second player. That's the most aggressive line. Bishop e3. This was a move that was made popular by Grandmaster Alexei Dreyev, amongst others. The idea is a pretty sly one. Essentially, what White is saying with this move is he's preparing to play queen d2, bishop h6, castles long. Not the usual, let me defend my central pawn duo and just have a better position. It's really a kind of a sly way of, I want to actually attack you. Okay, Ilya said, fine, I will play a6. I will anticipate your castling on the queen side, and I will ready a flank attack with b5 and b4. Jordan said, well, while you're doing that, I'm just going to attack you on the king side, h4. The game really sharp very early on. Two very uncompromising players, not backing down from one another. Knight f6. In many of these attacks, the move knight g4 is especially annoying. From White's perspective, it's a very awkward decision. Should he put his bishop on e2 to defend g4, or should he defend the g4 pawn with the move f2, f3? Jordan chose the latter, anticipating that b5, b4 would cost him the e4 attack. He refortified it with the move f3. I like his decision. b5, queen d2, h5. A good defensive reaction in my view. Essentially, White wants to play the move bishop h6. White also wants to play the move h4, h5. Black's move h7, h5 stops both ideas. Knight h3. Now that the square g5 has been weakened, the h-pawn can no longer play h6 and control the knight. Jordan immediately says, I'm going to plant my knight on g5 and I'm going to bother you for the rest of the game. Knight bd7, castles, knight b... Wow, I must say, I was a perk defense player in my junior days. I loved it as black. It was a very, very provocative defense, and I had some really great wins, but some horrendous disasters. Usually my disasters occurred because of what Jordan is doing in the game. This move knight, this knight on g5 is an extremely bothersome beast, and whenever black is going to castle, g2, g4, a double pawn sacrifice is a near automatic play by white. castles. He did it. I really, sorry guys, I didn't see the game before I came on, but Jordan's playing exactly the way he should, and he's really putting pressure on Ilya. Bishop takes e4. Wow. Rook d1, g7. Well, Ilya's basically saying, you're young and green. I don't believe you have the weapons that you need to be able to checkmate and attack me. I can stand with you toe-to-toe, and I'm going to take your pawns, you young whippersnapper, and I'm going to show you who's boss. But this is very, very dangerous play by Ilya. f5, ef, bishop f5, knight f3. Preparing ideas like knight f3 to h4, give me the pawn on g6. By the way, another threat, rook takes h5, big attacking a big attack going on here for Jordan. I like his position. I also like two pawns, by the way. Queen e6, defending the attack against the knight with a counter attack against the bishop on e3. Bishop drop back, bishop e4. Oh my. That is a very good move. We've seen a trade, and let me just get an update on the play. Super sharp game going on. Rook takes h5. Oh boy. Rook takes, after queen takes e4, I mean. Rook takes h5. The rook is untouchable, of course. You cannot capture the rook because there's a checkmate on g7 for Jordan. That would immediately win the game for him. So rook takes f3 was required. Rook g5. Big threat of rook g6 followed by rook takes g7, rook f8. And I believe we're up to date with the players now. A counter-attacking idea by the Israeli grandmaster, rook on f3 to f1 check. And the times, Ilya behind on the clock, having only 24 minutes versus Jordan's 1 hour, but Ilya is remaining a pawn to the good, and he's counterattacking with this nasty threat of rook f3 to f1 check. Let me see what Jordan's done to do that. Jordan said, rook takes g6. Whoa. Rook takes g6. Oh my. So I'm just wondering, we're going to see rook f1 check. Otherwise, white is simply crashing through with rook takes g7, and he's just simply winning. Jordan would be winning in checkmate. Black's king would be bare and naked on the g file. Rook f1 check, rook takes f1 forced. You can see on my monitor there, on the webcam, that Ilya sacrificed both rooks with check. Jordan had to take them. Queen takes g6 and queen takes c4 check, regaining the he sacrificed 2 pawns for his attack. But now, as we look at the position, we can see that 4 pawns for Ilya, 4 pawns for Jordan. Jordan reclaims his sacrificed material, and after with this move, queen on c4, it's a check to the king. There's a threat to take the pawn. Ilya blocked the check with d5, protected the pawn on c6, and has ideas of queen g1 check. Queen f1 was played. Wow, what a contest is going on here. It appears to me that black has weathered the storm well, and the game is likely going to be a draw after bishop takes d4. And I see that Ilya is reaching for the pawn, and he has captured. Bishop takes d4. I'm anticipating that Jordan will play the move c3, followed by queen takes a6, and we'll have had quite a Donnybrook, an amazing battle between the old professor, Ilya Smirin, versus the young lion, Jordan Van Forest. Quite a treat going on here in the Challengers group. We're going to take a quick break as I replenish my supply of Coca-Cola, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. Hello, chess fans, and welcome back to our live coverage of Round 9 here in Vaikanze at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We have had our first result in the Masters. Not the most eventful game, but very important for the standings. Wesley So has made a draw with the white pieces against Levon Aronian. So Wesley keeps his +3 score as Levon keeps his +1 score. Wesley hasn't been convincing with the white pieces and wobbled a bit. So I'm not surprised that he played a quiet game today. But on the other hand, in such tournaments like Vaikanze, having the white pieces is usually considered a nice advantage. He kind of squandered it a bit, a draw in that game. Let's jump into the game of Magnus Carlsen versus Luc van Wely. When we left it at a very intriguing moment. I love this move c4 by Magnus, knight d4. And I was on with a very special guest, the president of the European Chess Union Grandmaster, Zurab Esmaiparashvili, had joined us. And we had reached this position, and Ivan Sokolov, Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov, was also in our studio booth. And Ivan suggested the move queen d4, and we were looking at a line that involved a rook sacrifice. White is getting lots and lots of pawns. Zurab didn't like it. A rook is a rook, as he put it. But, there was a lot of pawns, and we didn't explore the line fully. This was the position that Zurab stopped and said, well, okay, for the rook. But if you look at the position, there's also this queen check on f5, picking up this knight on c2. This looks like a very, very good approach for white. So queen d4 might have been a missed chance. Requires further investigation, of course. But queen d4, first glance, was quite an opportunity for the world champion. He did not do it. Instead, he played the strategically correct move b2, b3. With these pawns on a2, b3, and c4, you're basically saying to white, to the light-squared bishop, the bishop on a6, you're not playing a role in this game. I'm just keeping you out. So strategically, it's a nice move. On the other hand, did the world champion miss an opportunity? Rook d8 was played, queen f3, once again inviting this knight to try to come down on the c2 square. In this case, I think it actually is very good for white after moves like, even queen c3. That's a stone-cold refutation of knight c2. Luc didn't have that chance. He played knight d3 instead. Black was very understandably worried that white would get his bishop on the long diagonal and just dominate the dark squares. That was why the bishop got eliminated. Knight d3, knight takes c1, rook takes c1. Let me check if I'm up to date with the play. I am. And I just don't like Luc's position. I mean, essentially, I said it almost from the start, the opening they got, this pawn on c6 is a long-term weakness, and that bishop on g2 is just standing at the ready, waiting for the knight on e4 to move out of the way, and knight e4 to f6 is a huge positional, strategic threat in the position. Luc van Wely, you see there his picture on the webcam monitor. He doesn't look happy. He's got a lot of problems to solve in the position, and I don't think it's going to be easy for him to do that. One of the problems he has is if he drops back with the bishop, bishop b7, well, the knight could go to the knight could go to f6, but also worrisome is this pawn could push up the board to c5, and the knight, on a good day, ends up on the d6 square. A lot of problems here for Luc. And in the times, well, it's been the case throughout the tournament for Luc van Wely. He's well behind on the clock. 41 minutes for the world champion, 18 minutes for Luc. Tough position, down on the clock, pressure all over the place for Luc Van Velde. Let me just go to another game that I haven't seen it in a while. It was the game between Anish Giri, the Dutch #1 player, versus Richard Rapport. It was a Queen's Indian. And it was nice play by Richie in the game. We had left it after the move bishop f4, and I was mentioning that there's this tactical problem that you better be aware of. This bishop on b4 could get ensnared after the move c4, c5, and a2, a3. Yes, I've fallen for that very tactic in my chess career, I'm ashamed to say. You can learn from my mistakes. Don't get your bishop ensnared. Bishop e7 was Richard's choice, knight c3. Very conventional lines of play in the Queen's Indian. Black has a problem. His queenside pieces aren't active, and this move f7, f5 readies knight d7, knight f6, as well as bishop e4. The game continued. Rook d1, bishop e4 immediately, queen c1. Well, this is very, very high level stuff the players are playing. Queen e3. Kind of cozying up to the bishop on e4. I'm not a big fan of this move, queen e3. Let's see what Anish had in mind. He wanted to play c5. Okay, a very different approach from what I'm used to seeing. What I'm used to seeing is that white aspires to play the move d4, d5, breaking in the center. Anish took a completely different route, and he played the move c4, c5, attacking this pawn on d6, hoping that his bishop will be well placed. But this has a big drawback. B takes b6, and Richard played the drawback. He's played the move e6, e5, which blocks this bishop on f4. e5, check. And we've seen now that white has had to accept double pawns. Who's better and why? I like Richard's play very much. I like the central pawns. I don't like the fact that these pawns on b3 and b2 are doubled and very, very weak. If the knight ever gets to c5, Richie could easily find himself in a winning ending. So Anish has to do something about that, and he's done it. He's traded bishops. He's gone after the pawn on d6, knight d4, counterattack against the pawns on b3 and e2, f4, and let me just see if we're up to date in the position. Yes, we are. The times on the clocks, more or less evenish. 34 minutes for Anish, 28 minutes for Richie. Position after move 26. Still a lot of moves to be played here. Move f4, seeking to undermine this knight on d4. My first impression is actually I like black's position more than I like white's position. And moves like rook b8, knight e2, they all look fine to me. And Anish is not going to be satisfied with the outcome of his opening and middle game approach, as he's not put sufficient pressure on his opponent. Some games that we haven't seen, Wei Yi versus Adiban. Bhaskaran has lit up the scoreboard, scoring, I believe, 3 out of 4 in his last 4 games. It may even be 3.5 out of 4. He's done extraordinary in this tournament. Let's see how this young player from India who qualified via the Challengers last year is doing in his debut in the Masters. He opened with knight f3, and he's been mixing his openings and defenses extremely well. We left it about these parts when I was here with Anna Rudolph, and I was saying this knight on c7 makes a a sorry impression, but Bhaskaran had a different approach. B5. B5. Wow. Okay. Wei Yi broke. Usually an attack on the flank is best met by a counter in the center. So classic advice. Wei Yi went for E5, takes, and he recaptured with a pawn. Very intriguing decision, I must say. I also would have been more tempted by the jump knight takes E5, eyeballing the pawn on C6. Takes on E5, won a tempo, and after these further moves, White gave back the pawn, but it's getting great piece play for his minor pieces. Knight C7. Whoa. I'm very impressed with the way Wei Yi has handled the game. It looks to me like Bhaskaran is under considerable pressure after these last series of moves. And Knight C7 really lands with great impact as the bishop is hanging on B7, the rook is hanging on A8. And for me, eyeballing the pawn on E6, that's also a very tempting target as well. So I like White in this game. Let me go to the game of one of the players sharing second. My goodness, the game really blew up between Dmitry and Pavel. We left it in a very unusual Trompovsky. You don't see this often, what am I saying? You don't see it at all, that in a Trompovsky that black has somehow managed to march his e-pawn all the way to e4. Bishop g7, castles, b4 by Dmitry, trying to make a virtue out of necessity. He was compelled to play his rook to b1 earlier in the game. Now he's followed it up with b4. I must say that my approach might have been a little bit in error, but I would be looking at the opportunity to play f2, f3, attacking in the center. This pawn on e4 bugs me a lot. The rook on f1 needs to get in the game. I would be contemplating opportunities to sacrifice the exchange. f2, f3 seems the most challenging and forceful to me. b4 was Dmitry's choice. Knight h5, opening up an opportunity for the f-pawn, as well as perhaps just grabbing the two bishops. Well, Dmitry didn't want to lose his two bishops. He played bishop d6, rook d8, bishop c5. Now, there's a big question. Am I happy that I rerouted the bishop from g3, where it was protecting my king, to the square c5, where it now looks vulnerable? f3. Finally, we see the attack against the pawn on e4. I had expected it earlier. f3, e3. Wow. Okay, very double-edged play by both players. They're on a tightrope here. b5, b6. Oh my. Okay. This position requires very good calculation by both players. It's easy to see that from White's point of view, he would love to bring his queen to d3. That way he would be menacing queen h7 check, as well as queen takes e3. He needs to get his knight out of the way. Knight needs to go to b3, queen needs to go to d3. But what's happening? He took on c6, takes, knight b3, c5, c4. Pavel had no intention of helping White by capturing, and then the knight would have a fantastic square in the center of the board on d4, supporting his pawn, ready to play queen d3. So c5, c4, knight went to c5, knight f4, rook e1. Well, first impressions is I really like black's position in this case. Queen takes c6, first of all, winning a pawn, always a very nice thing to do. Second of all, this pawn on e3 is really stuck in white's throat. White has to do something to get rid of that pawn. So if he were to play knight g3, let's say rook e8, queen c1, is one way that white could fight back to win the pawn. He is controlling some light squares, but I will find it easier to play Pavel's position. I like black's position. Let me just go to the game of Sergei Karyakin. Sergei had a very solid position. Having said that, the the hanging pawns on c5, d5 have a dodgy reputation, but it's all about piece play, and the knight on h5 makes a poor impression. Let's see how the game is unwound. Rook d7, queen e2, bishop f6, takes, queen b5, rook dc7. I like what Sergei is doing here. It seems to me that since the pawns have not been forced to either move to c4 or d4, but they remained intact, queen b6, further protecting both pawns. c5 and d5 pawns control a lot of space in the center, and if they're not forced to advance, then normally speaking, the player with the hanging pawns, will be happy. Knight on d2 doesn't make a great impression on me either. I think Sergei has a good game. Let's go to the game of Ian Nepo and Pentala. There we go. This was the exchange sacrifice game. Rook to d2. We left it at these parts. Queen h5. Some ideas of bishop h6 check in order to disturb black's king. I don't know. I'm getting some strange vibes by this game. A lot of the moves from white seem a little bit scattered. Rook d1, rook d2, queen to h5 has the threat of bishop h6. Black's king is not a happy camper, and if we look at the clock, massive disparity in the time. 3 minutes only for Pentala versus 53 minutes for Ian. Ian played very, very, very quickly out of a very original opening, and he is putting pressure on the Indian Grandmaster. Let's see how the game continued. a7, a6. Let me just boldly point out the obvious. Rook takes f4. Does not win a bishop thanks to queen h6 check, and I will pick up the rook on f4 with my queen. Bishop g5, rook d6, bishop h6 check, king e8, queen e5. Black's king is under heavy duress, but because this knight on d4, it's not the greatest square. It doesn't really hit anything. But in black's camp, if white could have secured it on the f5 square, well, that would have been momentous. Queen e5, b6, and white to play. It's funny, the move I'm attracted to is to bring my bishop back to f4, but then black will just simply respond with king back to f8, and all of white's efforts to budge black's king will have come to naught. It's funny, it seems like we're back to that situation. There was some, when Zurab was in studio, we were looking at lines with knight f5. I really think the knight belongs on f5. Big fight, keep an eye on the clocks because time pressure could tell the tale in the outcome of this game. let me go to, oh, that game was a draw, back to Luke, and then I want to step in and take a look at the Challengers group, because a huge game is going to go on in the Challengers group today between Jeffrey Zhang from America versus Gawain Jones. Gawain Jones is leading with +4, but Jeffrey is in a chasing pack right behind him. When we left the game of Luke, we saw the move rook takes c1. I was pointing out that this pawn on c6 is the real Achilles heel in Black's game, and knight f6 check was a big threat. Hence, we saw the move by Luke, who has 13 minutes on his clock, to Magnus's 35. He played the move queen f4, rook takes d8 check, bishop takes d8, takes, knight c5. Well, again, boldly pointing out the strategic power of Magnus's play. The a2, b3, c4 pawns have kept this bishop on a6 out of the game. Now after knight c5, the bishop had to drop back, and there goes a pawn with check, giving Magnus 3-1 queenside majority. Sorry to say for Dutch fans, after bishop f3, the Magnus train may be back on track. So he looks very, very good now in this game. I can see that, White doesn't need to be a genius here. He just needs to play knight d3, b4, c5, and get those pawns going, and that will be all she wrote. Luke Van Velde, with his pair of bishops, is looking for counterplay against White's king. White's king looks awfully safe, and even on a bad day, if he should be forced to go king f1, e2, I think it's all Magnus at this moment. So we will go to our Challengers group and pick up on the game between the young Jeffrey and, let me see, where is Gawain Jones? Ooh, that was fast. I was hoping for a full-bodied middle game. Instead, bang, I'm in a rook and pawn endgame, but Jeffrey has snipped a pawn from Gawain. Let me take it from the top and just see what had happened. King's Indian defense with a kingside fianchetto by White in a King's Indian defense. And now we're back into a Benoni. Rook e1, knight e4. I've had this position a number of times in tournament games as Black, and I like this position for Black. I'm not a big fan of bishop g2 in a Benoni. Other players are. Usually I've played the move knight e4 only after the inclusion of a6. Oops, excuse me, a6, new variation, a4, and now knight e4. The idea is that in these positions where my rook is attacked by a knight move, knight e2 or queen c2, I want to play the move rook e4 to b4, so I want to see the pawn on a4. Okay, but this is out of the opening, and whoa, this is kind of bizarre. Queen c2. Queen c2. I'm not a big fan of the choice of Gawain. Bishop f5. Queen c2. Maybe if I was in his shoes, I simply would have dropped back with my rook, leaving the move bishop f5 as a move to be played in the future. Bishop f5, bishop h3. And I'm going quickly through the game, and my first impression is that Gawain really didn't get out of the opening in good shape. and that in fact it was just simply great play by Jeffrey, and he has navigated his way to a pawn up rook ending. My first impression is that Gawain is lost. The pawn down rook ending with these split pawns on c5 and a4. We talk about weaknesses in the endgame pawn islands, and I can easily see white has a winning idea of king e1 and rook to c4, menacing rook a4. Sometimes even the h-pawn becomes weak, and this looks like Jeffrey is going to win and pull back one of the leaders of the challengers, Gawain. Let me just take a look at the game of the other tournament leader, Marcus versus Aryan. I'm told that there's been a repetition and that the game has been drawn. So Marcus will keep his +4 score, and will likely see his closest rival, Gawain Jones, going down. Ilya Smerin, we looked at the game of Jordan Van Forest. Ilya, somehow, how did he manage to do? Oh, after c3 or bishop c3, there's a queen g1. I have forgotten about this move. And now Ilya Smerin in a pawn up bishop ending. First impressions are very, very favorable indeed for Ilya Smerin, since the bishops are of the same color. And I'm just looking at this pawn. Ilya's last move, king f6, getting out of the way of the pawn for e5, e4. This looks like very bad news for the Dutch champion here, as he has really been challenged in this group of players. Let's jump back into the master section. Oops, wrong double click. Last moves have been bishop drop back to f3, knight drop back, and the knight, Magnus's knight, has been kind of jumping, hopping, searching for a square, and he's found a plan of knight b4 to c6 in conjunction. Magnus is ready to meet the move, Magnus is ready to meet Luke's counterplay against the f2 pawn, the move rook d2, with the move c4, c5. And again, it feels to me like Magnus is in cruise control in this game, and that Luke will be unable to save a pawn down position. Going back to the game of Ian and Pentalia. Again, that's a game where Pentalia is really down on the clock, 3 minutes to, 45 for Ian. We just had this fight. This last move has been bishop f4. And it's like black has to keep a constant vigilant eye on the myriad number of white's threats. This last move, bishop f4, doesn't have anything concrete that I can see right away. The temptation is to quickly, when you're in time trouble in such situations, is to quickly play king f8. Recently, the bishop was on h6, so king f8 to get out of the e file. That wasn't his choice. Rook d7. Ooh, I thought that the rook was needed to be able to block the e-file when the occasion demanded it. Now the switch, rook e2, is attractive. But with the with the black queen lurking over the h1 file, you always have to be aware of back rank checkmates and so on. I am told that we and Dmitry are really worth looking at. Great round as the players are really bringing their best. Tomorrow we'll be on the road to Harlem, and we'll be a half hour later than our usually scheduled time. Let me bring up the game of Wii and whoa. Okay, okay. Ah, there was a queen. Okay, I'm wondering, how did the bishop get to g8? Well, we're about to find out. After knight takes e6, queen g8, knight to c5, bishop a6, oops. Let me just turn off my auto update button. Got it. Queen to g8, knight to c5, bishop a6 was played. Whoa. All kinds of discovered attacks galore. The rook on b8 hits the queen. The rook on f1 is hit. And the Chinese teenager plays bishop e6, attacking the queen. Rook takes b3. Bishop takes g8. King takes g8. And we're about to get to an ending with an extra pawn for white. Now, how to recapture? I'm assuming knight takes b3. May have to think that one over for a bit, but after bishop f1, king f1, white is a pawn to the good. And it's a very good pawn. It certainly looks like all of the winning chances are on white's side. One point to mention, and an important one, is in this position after the move knight b4, in view of these many threats of knight a2 and knight d3 attacking the rook, and there's a pawn on f2 hanging, white has a very nice way of meeting these threats with rook c8 check followed by knight c1, keeping this knight on b4 out of the game. White's a pawn to the good, and Bhaskaran will be challenged to save this ending. Going to go back to that crazy wild game between Dmitry and Pavel. It seems like the c-file has somehow gotten loaded up with pawns. I'm not sure I've seen a c-file having so many pawns before. Rook e1, bishop f8. Okay. Bishop a4. Dmitry felt it was important to keep his pawn protected on c6, a pawn that Pavel could have easily captured, by the way. Bishop takes c5, d takes c5, and this is what I mean about I haven't seen so many pawns occupy a c-file like this before. Triplets for white. Knight d3. Knight d4, knight e1, white sacrifice the exchange. It's a very powerful construction, I must say, this knight on d4, but having said that, black also has a trump, very powerful one himself, this pawn on e3. And let me update, I'm imagining rook e8 was played to protect this pawn on e3. First impressions extremely favorable for Pavel. I like black's position, and we have a result in Radek's game. Let me see what the final position was. Looks like a draw has been agreed by repetition. This is between Radek and Sergey. I was saying that black was doing quite okay. We left it around these parts. King g7, queen f4. and just a simple repetition. Okay, let me ask the question. Well, I'll asked and answered no. The pawn on a7 is not cannot be captured. I'll just trap my own queen with after rook a8. So it appears to be a well-played draw. We've had two results. Wesley So drawing earlier against Levon Aronian. Let's jump back into that game of Ian and Hari. Ian down to seconds. He's playing on Hari is Pentala is down to seconds. Ian has been well ahead on the clock, almost right out of the opening. He seems to be winning in the position. Let's go back to where we left it. We left it around these parts. We just saw this move, rook d7. Yes, knight f5. That's a crucial move. Finally, a traded of rooks. Rook g8, bishop b4, and knight g7 check. This looks like it's over now. Oh, wait a minute. It's not a 2-4. Pardon me. It's only a one-pawn advantage. Maybe... No, he is winning his exchange back. King d7, queen d4, check, with the simple idea that this rook is either going to be captured on the e6 square or will be captured on the d6 square. Let me update the board. Queen d4 check. I believe some more moves have been played. After queen d4 check, it looks like we've seen rook d6, bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, knight f5, and now white is definitely cruising. Queen c6, he is a pawn up in a king and pawn a. Well, when white wants, white will liquidate all the pieces on the d6 square, and he'll have 2 versus 1 on the king side. Should be enough for the win. Thanks to the increment, the 30 seconds per move, Hari has 2 minutes now. He had been down to as low as 14 seconds. However, that isn't the problem now. The clock isn't the problem so much as the position. Just the extra pawn for white, I'm thinking, should be decisive. And as much as I'm inclined to play for king and pawn endings when I'm a pawn up, there's also something to be said for the very powerful looking move queen f6, with the very simple idea of capturing a pawn on f7. That looks to be decisive. If we can get that pawn, that will be game over as well. So looking like a very promising opportunity for Ian. Let's go to the game of Pavel, who's only half a point behind Wesley So entering the round. Wesley So is drawn. If Pavel could win with the black pieces again against an ultra solid opponent, Dmitry Andreikin, that would be a fantastic achievement. We left it at these parts. We just seen the move rook f8 to e8, protecting this pawn on e3. Okay, black has some problems in the position. This bishop on c8 would like to play a role in the game. It hasn't. After rook e8, h4 was played, rook e7. For me, the move rook e7 is basically, why did he play that move? He played that move to get out of the reach of the bishop. In other words, this bishop on c8 doesn't appear to be moving. It's not great on the e6 square. f5, g4, h3 are all protected squares. As long as that bishop remains on c8, it means that the rook on a8 is out of play. Black would like to play the move rook b8. His problem is that after trades, c7 is an embarrassing discovery. Hence, we see this move rook e7 by Pavel as a prelude to bringing his queenside pieces into play with rook b8. Now, the question is, for the exchange, is there any way for white, for Dmitry to get at black's king? Black's king looks vulnerable with the pawn on g5, but the problem is white's queen isn't over there. I mean, the white queen on e1, its pathway to the king side is all blocked. And this, again, it looks like a very attractive position for Pavel. If he were to win this game, he would have, he'd bring himself up to +3, and he would be tied for first with Wesley So going into tomorrow's round 10 game. Let's go to the Magnus Carlsen game. And when we left it, we just saw rook d8, knight b4, very nice position for white, c5, bishop a5, rook c4, attacking the pawn on f4. Just a second. I gotta do something here. I gotta turn off my auto update. Attacking the pawn on f4, defending the knight on b4. Also, when if white were to get in a bishops of opposite color position after knight c6, white also wants to be able to play b3, b4. Hence, the rook is very strong on the c4 square. c6, takes. And Magnus has liquidated down to a pawn-up rook ending. Let me just see, a5. Ooh. Not sure about this move a5 by Luke. The problem is that Luke loses the game if white manages to play rook here, rook a5. Then he'll have domination along the 5th rank. The pawns on a7 and h6 will both be weak. White's extra pawn will be overwhelming. Black will lose. But I'm not sure that the move a5 is the right way for Luke to go. I was thinking about the move rook a6. Probably I'm wrong, but as black, I would have wanted to see the rook come behind the pawns with something along these lines. Maybe this position is simply untenable, but I'm not a fan of this move a5. It means, one of the reasons is if black plays rook here and rook a1, then simply rook a4 means that black's rook will have to be in a passive position. Black's rook will not be able to get to the 1st or 2nd ring. Let's just see. Takes, rook takes. There was another opportunity in the position. Rook takes f4 was Magnus's choice. Probably it would have been mine as well. Rook check, king. That's a good question. Let me go king f6 just for a moment. You get these two connected pass pawns. Very nice. You'll have to look at Bobby Fischer's 60 memorable games, as he had a very similar position against Sammy Reshevsky, where these two pawns move very, very slowly, whereas this pawn on e5 going to e4, and the rook gets down to the 2nd rank. That could be quite serious counterplay. It appears winning to my eyes, but as a practical matter, I would have chosen rook takes f4. I think that this is denying black any kind of counterplay with e5, e4. First of all, whenever you're better in a game, you always want to secure two results. You either want to win or draw. When you grab the A pawn on A7, you're giving black the opportunity of E5, E4, and you have the feeling, whether it's justified or not, that suddenly you're making all three results possible. So I prefer Magnus's approach, even though I can well understand why others would have tried to calculate to victory after rook b7 takes a7. a5, king g2, rook c5, just hanging around. Okay. A big decision, and he made it. Wow. Okay, maybe it was because he had to. I was about to say, it's a big decision for Loop Van Velde, and he made it rather quickly, and that is because he's only got 2 minutes on his clock, and he had to speed up his move. After the move, rook c5, h4, very nice move by Magnus, not allowing an easy liquidation with the h-pawn. This move, rook c5, tries to get rid of a potential weakness with h5. Magnus played h4, intending to meet h5 with g5. And I was about to say that Luke now has a very big decision to make. Should he play the move f6 or not? Always I learned it from Viktor Korchnoi, who in my opinion was one of the greatest rook and pawn endgame players the world has ever seen. And he really emphasized to me how important pawn structure and rook endings are, and how you should be very careful about changing the structures. And Luke played the move f6, and he played it rather quickly. After this, we see king e3 by Magnus, kind of controlling the business squares along the d file as the king kind of takes a nice role in the center of the board. And we have a move h5, very good move. I'm not saying that this is saving the game, but it's important in defending rook and pawn endgames to get rid of your weaknesses. And in this case, the pawn on h6 definitely qualifies as a serious weakness. I would imagine that f2, f3 by Magnus, inviting Luke to capture on g4 after this trade, takes, Magnus can console himself in allowing Luke to trade one weak pawn by suggesting to himself, well, in return, he does have a passer. This game is going to require high-class technique from Magnus Carlsen. I do believe it's a winning position, but it's not the kind that really just plays itself. It would be another situation altogether. If you take this king and you move it magically to the c5 square, we could very well understand that Magnus will get his rook behind the h-pawn. He'll play h5 and he'll win the game very easily. The attraction of playing rook f2 to h2 and pushing the h-pawn loses its appeal when we see that black's king is in time to get over to the g7 square. And just to look at the move number played, move 38, and we have seen the trade of pawns. So Luke Van Velde, 2 minutes away from making his time control. He only has to make move 38, 39, and 40. Magnus looks very assured, self-assured, and I believe he has every right to be, as I do believe he's in a winning rook and pawn ending. Other games before we take a break and take a look. I'm going to go to the game of Anish versus Richie. I had thought that black had the better side of a draw, or he had a comfortable. We left the position after f4. Knight takes b3. Somehow that move just doesn't inspire me. Knight takes b3. In truth, I really want to capture that pawn on b3 with a rook and not with a knight. Knight takes b3. All right, well, he did it. Rook takes d6. Now, after all of these moves were played, it still feels like it's going to be a draw, but any doubts that black was had winning opportunities, I think, have been frittered away. I don't see Richard as having any better chances of winning this game than Anish does himself, and this game appears to my eyes to be heading towards a draw. Back to Ian's game for a quick moment. Yes, I suspected that instead of going for king and pawn endgame, queen f6 was more clear, as we're grabbing a pawn with check. Always a very tasty treat when we can do that. And we're finally, have the players made the time control? Yes, they have. Hari Krishna was under great duress on the clock throughout this entire game. Ian's 2 pawns to the good at the moment, but he understandably faces an awkward task. How was he going to manage to maintain his pawn on a4? Normally you don't want to see your opponent getting any kind of counterplay whatsoever when you're 2 pawns up. And queen takes a4 gives black an a6 pawn, but my goodness, this g3 pawn really looks like it stands ready to be escorted completely up the board. Just it would be nicer if white's queen were on e4, so he could make that escort even under more comfortable circumstances. This position looks like a win for Ian. He'll just have to find the correct sequence to bring home the whole point. And lastly, where is our game of Wei Yi and Bhaskaran? In fact, the players have followed our analysis up to the move knight b4. It was here that I was mentioning this knight on a2 is being a little bit, it's causing a little bit too much harassment in white's camp with threats against the a2 pawn and the d3 pawn. I was recommending for the Chinese player rook c8 check, king f7, and knight c1 controlling the knight, and I really liked Wei Yi's chances of winning the game. And finally, let us just take a peek at what is going on in the challenger section. Again, one of the leaders, Marcus, has made a draw, and we see a result. Eric Hansen has won the game and brought himself up to +2. He defeated, with white, Vladimir Dobrov. Hopefully Eric will join us later in the show to share the game, so I'm not going to jump into it. The game that really has my attention is the game of Jeffrey versus Gawain Jones. Gawain Jones goes into this round with +4, and one of the tournament leaders, Jeffrey, nipping on his heels, needs to win, and he was in a winning rook and pawn endgame when I left. Let me just go back to the moment when I left. We had just seen this move rook c1, and now he's 2 pawns to the good. Check. Why did he need the check? Normally speaking, you always want to keep your opponent tied down. Now, rook b5 might have been more exact, but okay. This is good enough. h4, check. Okay, Jeffrey definitely spied something very concrete. The more genteel folk amongst us would have probably just played king f2. h4 was Jeffrey's choice, and he spied an opportunity to reach this position where doubtlessly he felt that after rook g4 check, king h3, rook takes, king, he would be able to win with his, count 'em, 1, 2, 3 pawns versus a very sickly child on h7. The rook is going to come to the 8th rank, and this pawn is going to go all the way up the board. So Jeffrey definitely in the winning position and a crucial game in the challengers unfolding before us. Back to the Masters, and then I'm going to take a break. Hopefully we'll get some of the players who have completed their games to join our show, and I'm going to pick up with that important game of Pavel. Oh my. We saw the position after rook c7, rook e7, pardon me. I was mentioning, I always forget to turn off that auto update. It's annoying. Okay, we saw this move rook e7 as a prelude to Pavel finally getting his queenside into play. The move rook b8 is on black's agenda, and Dmitry traded and felt that he had to go and make this extra effort. Bishop rook b7, giving up an exchange. Doubtlessly, Dmitry, I was explaining that thanks to the weakened black king, white desperately needs to bring his queen over to try to take advantage of the lack of a good pawn shield. Doubtlessly, his intention was to meet queen takes b7, not necessarily with bishop c6 and bishop takes a8, but something with the move queen g3 instead. And Pavel said, no, I'm not going to give you that opportunity. He played rook b8. Let me update the position. After rook b8, c7, c6, no question about it, these two connected passed pawns are quite worrisome. However, two exchanges and a very powerful passed pawn as well for black. Now that the pawn is on c6, the bishop is not attacking the e8 square. Pavel has just played the move rook b8 to e8 with a very clear and very focused intention of advancing the pawn to e2. This would be a huge breakthrough for Pavel, who's been playing a superb tournament and really is, in my view, very unlucky to be at the mere grand score of +2 that he has in the event. Knight d4, e2, a very reluctant move to play. The knight looks splendid on the square d4, but the threat of e3, e2 was simply too powerful. So knight e2 to block the threat. Now on a good day, black is definitely eyeballing the H file. And it would be very nice if black could play, for example, moves like f6, rook h7, king g7, and rook h8 and deliver mate down the H file. Rooks love open files, and the only open file in the position is the H file. We will see that H file drawing the rooks to it like a magnet. It looks like a winning position. The last 4 rounds for Pavel, by the way, his opponents will be the Chinese player Wei Yi, Ian Nepomuk, and big game. Also happened last year that Magnus Carlsen won a big game against Pavel. Magnus Carlsen is on the dance list for Pavel, and finally Anish Giri. For Wesley So, he'll play Radek, Dmitry, Wei Yi, and Ian. One could argue that a slightly easier schedule for Wesley, but no weak players in that field, I can tell you that. That is a tough schedule going forwards for round 10 and to our finals. 13-round tournament. And it's been everything we could have asked for. Drama, excitement, sacrifices, attacks, great defense. Wow, we've seen it all, and we'll see more of it in this round 9, but we're going to take a break, and I'll be back in 10 minutes and hopefully get some of the players to come and share their thoughts. See you in 10. everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We're deep into round 9, and we have a very special guest, Grandmaster Eric Hansen from Canada. Eric, congratulations on your win today. We're going to get to that wonderful victory of yours, but while we were waiting to come on air, we've been watching this game of Pavel, which is kind of like, it got crazy. I thought that Pavel was cruising. I had expected in this position, you just played the move knight d4 to e2 to prevent this pawn from coming to e2. I had expected Pavel to play king g7 and rook h8. He took a different route with f6. And after queen d1, we were looking at this exact position without the move g3. We had thought, well, let's just double check this line, and our conclusions were black was winning by bringing his king very quickly over to the e7 square. That was our initial thought. Dmitry tended to agree. He played the move g3. And let me just see, did he play rook eh? No. And we were looking at the rather forcing looking line, rook h8, you're threatening mate in 2, check, and the other rook mates, so f4.
And now probably g4, because you can play that.
What he did, Pavel was very clever. Check this out. He played
check?
No, after g3 he first played rook d8. Disturbing the white queen. White played queen e6, if I'm reading it right, and only now. Oh, that was a cute little.
But now I play f4.
Oh, and that was so clever. I thought f3. Oh, well, f4. No, I've got check.
King up.
Check.
King up.
Check.
Yes, 10 seconds.
Ooh, we're down. Pavel down to a mere 5 seconds when he played the move.
King g4?
Only move, right? Because king takes e3 would walk into rook here. I'm assuming the queen d7. So king g4. And what will that move number be? That would actually be the 40th move for white.
This is so messy. I mean, there's b8 queen.
It's totally crazy.
b8 queen?
b8 queen? Why did you need b8 queen?
Queen e7 check.
Queen e7 check.
So
and
it's
then
like
you've got to prepare at least a perpetual.
At least the perpetual.
I wouldn't doubt for a moment that it would be more.
More, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the king is safe on g4.
Let me just do an auto update for a second. He didn't go in with the other rook.
Right.
He went check.
Yeah, because that variation.
That variation, you might be losing.
You keep some protection.
Well, this looks very funky, double-edged.
Looks like you could be lost for black. If you don't find a move right now, knight d4, knight f5, king's going to hide on g4.
Exactly.
We're going to have an attack without losing material.
And
so 30 seconds, I mean, geez.
It's all about king position, too. White's king, if it ever ends up being safe on hiding out on g4 or elsewhere, we have a move. Let me do an auto update.
This is the 40th move, 39, okay. Check.
Black has just played the move.
Rook f2.
Rook f2, king takes e3.
Yeah, because now the rook's back. So if king g4, then rook takes knight.
Yes, thank you very much. So king g4, oops. King g4 no longer works thanks to the move rook takes e2, and this guy is staying home, keeping an eyeball on the b pawn. But has Pavel spoiled his position? And the answer is definitely
now he
no.
doubled. Well, now he doubled rooks, right?
Did he play rook?
Looks like he has doubled rooks for his 40th move when he had a few seconds, and he may have spoiled it.
Well, may have, and yes, he did. This is almost like a problem. You go queen d7 check, queen takes d7, pawn takes, and can the rooks get back in time?
But the rook
Yeah.
just gets back right away. Just goes to h8.
Okay, alrighty then, just
That
a
would just be
second.
Queen d7, take, rook takes, king f3, g4, and rook h8.
So
Yeah, you have to play knight
knight
d4, but now I
d4.
take on f4. There's
Yes.
a critical line here. Well, now
King
rook e2
f4.
check.
Yes. And we see Magnus
Trying to figure out the position, huh?
trying to figure out the position.
So sometimes you can see how long they stay there.
Yeah.
If they see until they see a win,
Then,
then they walk off. But if they don't see anything,
well,
yeah.
here you've got a rook check.
Mhm.
Ah, rats. So we have this position on the board. It may mean I actually have to step back with my bishop.
And that looks very human because there's no checks now. Only queen b6, and after queen b6, it's not too
Queen
much
b6
calculation to
check.
go knight d4.
Right.
G takes f4.
And I didn't want to do that when the queen was on c7, of course, right?
And now you could even play king e4 just to demonstrate
That I
this
don't have to-
position would be the turn. As soon as you run out of checks, you've gone too deep with your rooks.
Right.
And now.
And now you're facing the music over here,
Yes.
too. Oh.
It's one of those
all right.
positions that's easier to play for white. I don't know the objective evaluation if there's something concrete, but
I agree wholeheartedly.
you're fully committed now.
Yeah, you're
You better
in.
find a mate here because otherwise you're lost.
Exactly.
Or perpetual.
Right.
I feel
And
the bad for
Viceroy.
Alyanov. 3 days in a row, he's outplayed his opponents and achieved a winning position.
Exactly.
It's Wesley, he missed a win in time trouble.
Right.
Against Votashik, he allowed this
yes,
nice
this
save.
double
And today, I mean, he played very well as black, and he did have kind of a winning, objectively winning position. That's 3 in a row, and
oh my!
And this one could totally flip out. Draken, I think, has not even won a game yet, or he's doing
He
quite poorly.
one loss, all draws, and he was on the back foot from the opening actually
Yeah.
in this game, and he may. I'm not exactly sure what Pavel missed. It was a time. It was not a time scramble, but it was definitely time was a crucial factor. We go back here, and from White's point of view, well, nothing to be said.
Well, I
I
think-
have to develop
I mean,
my queen.
What you said made so much sense. Put the queen on e5. The queen on
Yeah.
e5 controls the pawns. It's centralized. It protects d5, and then you can play f6, king g7. But just improve your queen. It doesn't need to stay on c7.
Exactly.
Unless you're really afraid of c7. But I think objectively black will give up the exchange and those pawns disappear. And
Then there's nothing.
It was almost he was too precise there. Or something.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Well, even exactly here in this moment, this is where Pavel played the move rook ae8. And maybe there's just simply something good to be said for just, smacking that pawn on the e2 square and getting as far up the board as possible.
Well,
in terms of
if e2, I would just, can I take it?
Yes, you can.
Then you double rooks, not double queen.
Right.
E2, yeah, you bring the other rook over.
Knight takes, rook comes
And now
over.
I was looking
bishop.
at queen d2.
So you've got some perpetual check chances.
I have
perhaps.
ideas. Actually, that does look like it's very close to it, perpetual, because the king can't go to. Maybe should check on h6.
Yes.
Check on g5.
Yes.
Yes. You're surviving here, huh?
I don't see the perpetual check.
No, it's a.
But instead of looking at the perhaps missed wins, let's just take a look at the current position on the board, because it's a mess and it's so important. Is it white to play?
It's white to play. No, I mean here.
Bishop d1 is box,
Bishop
right?
d1, and there's no checks to look at.
Okay.
There is a check to look at. There's
Well,
rook takes and queen b6. But that doesn't.
Thank you. Rook takes, queen b6 check, forces king f3.
Yeah. Check.
Check.
But now this is the issue. Oh.
And we better be looking
Rook
for
H4.
a perpetual, no? Okay, I've got to take that guy. There's no... You could check me maybe on G2, but...
King runs. Oops. So this doesn't work. Well, let's check.
Whoa.
We'll have to, on Draken's...
Can I take on F4? But then you'll have to play, I think, knight takes F4. Because otherwise rook takes E2 would work, right? So in other words, let me do this one, Eric. Let me do this one.
Okay, king F3.
King F3. Queen D7 check again.
This is a
scaring
queen D7.
me.
The problem is actually queen. Yeah.
So here,
I was even worried about queen D7. Take, and you bring a rook back. But even queen G4 looks like it might work instead. Because the king can't go to queen G4 check.
yes, I can't go to the last rank.
Yes, and you can't go to
Right.
F7 because of bishop C4. So if king H6, queen F4 check.
Wow.
Should win.
Wow, you're queening first, and you're getting me over here.
Yeah, it's a nice line. G2, just to demonstrate.
Sure.
G2, B8 queen,
Okay.
G1 queen.
All
Although
right.
maybe there's a check. I don't know. I just saw a fun variation.
Okay.
Check.
Good. On.
H8,
Yes.
king G6, bishop H5.
Rook H5.
Yeah, queen G8.
Thump. That's all she wrote.
It's a fun line. Oh, okay, this is very messy, but they just made the time control, so maybe we'll let them think for a bit and check
Absolutely.
on... Yeah.
While they're stewing, we'll get to the real game, the real action.
Real action? Magnus?
Eric Hansen.
Me?
Yeah, you won, baby.
Oh, you want to
That's
see
why
my
you're
game? I
here.
thought we were going to check on
Oh, you wanna
Nepo
see-
or Magnus.
Oh, you want to see
No,
Magnus?
I'm still
You're still on the master.
sideshow.
Okay.
What was the word? Plebe?
Yes.
I'm a plebe.
Yes.
Yeah. So...
Man's got to know his limitations.
Man's got to know. Yeah.
As Clint Eastwood famously said. We left it around these parts. I thought it was winning for Magnus, but I thought there was work to be done. And
Okay,
this
I mean,
work to be done.
There's work to be done, but
Yeah.
there's no active
play
for black. It's kind
Exactly.
of waiting for Magnus to calculate it out.
Exactly.
If you bring your king, yeah.
Oops,
okay, no,
sorry.
that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. Let's check Nepo's game. No, that one.
Are you?
I don't know. Like,
you were
what's the
gonna
winning
say?
plan here? Is
For
it
white?
Yeah. Is it to play king f4 and give a check
And
or
we
what?
have a result, by
Oh.
the way. I think in your group,
I think
Ilya Smarin
has won with black.
withstood a ferocious assault and swindled an extra pawn into a bishop's of same color ending. I believe Ilya Smarin now comes up. Jeffrey has taken the wind out of Gawain's sails.
Is he winning?
Yes, he was.
Is the game over?
No, it was like a rook and pawn in game, but 2 extra pawns for Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but that's so a bit of shuffling.
Mhm.
It's tight.
It is
I
tight.
won today, but
At
so did a
+2.
few other people. I'm at +2. +4 is still the
Leadership position.
what's it called in Tour de France? The
Pole position? No.
They have a flag, right? The pole person. Don't they have like a flag? Oh, I thought they did. Another term for pole position. Like,
Yeah.
when they're biking it, it's on their side. I don't remember.
Well, they're the leaders. All right. Well, hold on. You called for it. You wanted the game.
Nepo?
Nepo. Oh, this is Hare Krishna. That was actually a game that White was, I think, clearly winning. And I still think he's clearly winning.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the clock situation. It was like an hour to 8 minutes. It was
Right.
just,
That's just such pressure that you put on yourself when you're under those. But I thought
so
that
this is
White was going to, essentially
Yeah.
escort this pawn. This G pawn is like a runaway
Yeah.
pawn and can't be stopped.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening on that one. And finally, Wei Abidan.
He has a very comfortable endgame.
Yes, he was an extra pawn, and
looks like really good winning chances.
Agreed. There was now. Let's move.
By the way, Wei Yi's on +2. If he wins, he's really right there.
Right there with Wesley So. He could be. He would be.
That could be that sort of breakout result that
yes.
He's been looking for.
And we've been expecting and waiting
Yeah.
for him. Oops, I went the wrong way. I clicked the wrong thing.
You can check
Okay.
how Jeffrey's doing, just to see.
Exactly.
Seems to be a very good technical player. Oh.
I think we came just at the time we're about to see a resignation, actually. Unless there's some stalemate cheapos. Let me get an update of the position. After King
There's
E3,
no stalemate because
we're seeing some moves on the monitor.
King G2 was played.
King G2.
And instead of giving mate by queening,
what could he have done? Sorry.
Just queen. And
He went rook check
yeah,
instead.
he did rook check. And then,
he did. We're about to see check and mate.
A stalemate trick you have to take with the queen. So that's
well,
what he was playing on.
It's not even a 50. It's like a 33%er, right?
Yeah.
Because there's two bad moves.
And sometimes we react, we almost take with the wrong piece. At least it's happened to me before that you know you're going to capture it and you accidentally touch the wrong piece because it's like just a physical sort of reaction. So that's why he played on. But Jeffrey, the big win.
Big win. Huge. He's climbing back after you knocked him backwards.
He's won 2 or 3.
Yes.
Well, he's been impressing me.
He
very
is a
very stable player.
Well, indeed. Actually, Eric, not to trumpet your own horn, but really, in the Chess Base article that I read, Tiger Hill, of all the games, called your game win over Jeffrey the game of the day because he thought you played it just really, really well. Those two bishops, and you did. You played a great game. Sometimes you get lucky, huh?
That's right.
All right, but now we're finally ready for you to explain. You start, first of all, you're playing Vladimir. Vladimir, one of the lower-rated players on the field. But having said that, he's also a really dangerous guy. I mean, and he can play. It seems like he can play virtually any defense. How did you prepare for him? You knowing that he could play a Sicilian, a Caro, just about everything.
Yeah, I didn't really prepare too much.
That was the answer.
Just tried to go into the game with a clear mind, and I didn't think it was going to be too theoretical, so just try to feel as good as possible, just prepare myself to play a long game. I mean, it's a must-win game, so I was just ready to go the distance and put pressure. I was just expecting a fight, but I've been going with a similar attitude to a lot of my games, but yeah, Dobrov isn't as theoretical, so...
It was a force majeure in this case, just be as fresh as possible.
Looking for complications, looking for long, be as fresh as possible. Yesterday I walked around, took it easy, walked around quite a bit, got some fresh air, and
take us through.
I was feeling fresh.
Show our chess
Didn't expect
fans.
the French at all.
Yeah, well, there you
But
go.
it's okay.
We were ready for so many approaches he might take. Yeah.
So bishop g5, he took on e4, and he played bishop f6, and bishop e7, and here g takes f6 is the other way of playing.
By the way, have you done a study of the McCutcheon? Because that's also a really crazy sharp line, right?
Yeah, I've had a few games in the McCutcheon.
Which is bishop b4, e5, h6, and so forth. So you knew what you were doing in case you got into those lines.
Well, I wouldn't say I ever really know what I'm doing, but
all right. Fair enough.
I have an idea. I mean, at least in the McCutcheon, gives both sides chances, so I was happy with that.
Okay.
The move order he chose is a lot more solid.
Right.
So it was like here, bishop f6.
I'm more familiar with Morozevich's plan. G6, right.
Yeah, so after bishop f6, I realized, he's actually going for a solid approach.
Okay.
So I had to
readjust yourself. Yeah.
Knight d7, and right here I paused and started to think.
Because?
How do I want to put my pieces? Because I kind of know some of the plans Black does here.
So what piece configurations were you trying to
I
jostle?
couldn't remember anything, so I played queen d2 because I thought it was flexible, because maybe my bishop goes to c4, maybe to b5, maybe to d3, but I'm going to queenside castle. Maybe my bishop stays on f1 for the time being, and I play g4, g5.
So you
or
delayed
G1.
the decision.
I just delayed the decision, but I want to opt the castle on the queen side.
Okay. And he played
Played
b6.
b6.
A challenging move,
Queenside
by
castle
the way.
here, and now
because-
queen f4.
Mhm.
Bishop d3 just didn't look like it packed enough of a punch.
And
Because
why
he
did-
hasn't necessarily decided to castle kingside, so
Right.
maybe bishop d3 is.
And why does queen f4 for you pack a little bit more of a punch?
Well, he has to be a bit careful about, I'm eyeballing the c7 pawn. c5 is usually a plan for black here, but there's always knight d6 check.
Mm-hmm.
But my idea is to get the queen out of the way, so I put my rooks on the d file and the e file.
Mm-hmm.
I have a follow-up move here, bishop b5 or bishop c4, but I just want to get my queen out of the way. Yeah, bishop d3 blocks my pieces. That's why I didn't like it. It looks good if he's already kingside castles, but there might be some lines where black queenside castles and my bishop on d3 is blocking the d file. Black won't be under any pressure.
Gotcha.
If I play bishop d3, queen e7, any queenside castles. It's not. I want that d file to be open.
Okay.
So queen f4, I just thought again was flexible.
Mm-hmm.
He played queen e7.
Okay.
So I can't take on c7 yet. But like here, another idea is to play like bishop e7. You want to put your knight to f6, but usually you do that before playing b6, bishop e7, I think. So if you went bishop e7 here, bishop b5 is already pretty quick with the pin, and you don't. I'm threatening bishop, or I'm threatening knight e5, knight e5
yeah.
with mate. So b6 before castling on either side leads to a sharp position. It leads to me having some threats.
Exactly.
Because queen e7 with the idea of castling on either side. Okay, also you can castle kingside here, but then I'll play bishop c4. And again, by moving my queen out of d2, c5, I play against c5 because then the knight is pinned. And one of the ideas I have seen in this opening is black plays c5, white recaptures even when the d file is open, and plays queen c7. And it's I think there's a game from the U.S. Championship a couple of years back, Nakamura against Jacobian.
Right.
I seem to recall.
So okay, just forgetting for a moment. Let's just play this move for a moment, and let's play this move for a moment, and let's play this move for a moment.
Yeah.
And now we get what you're saying is no
Queen C7,
recapturing, but queen c7, and black would happily.
I've seen,
embrace the pawn sacrifice.
Yes. Yeah, so I've
So
seen
you
this
were trying to
before.
avoid.
Yeah, so queen f4 stops
Stops
that.
Okay.
This was all kind of over the board, but it made sense, right? Because
cool.
I mean,
So
black
now-
needs to open up the position for the bishops, and c5 is the natural break. e5 is the other one, but it's not so easy.
Queen e7 seems like a very challenging, flexible move because basically he hasn't given you his address yet. You don't know where he's.
He hasn't
park.
given me his address.
You don't know where he's
phone
gonna or phone number. You don't know where he's gonna park his game.
Yeah. No, I haven't been getting too many phone numbers.
You're on a drought.
Yep.
Yeah. Castles. And he did go long.
He went long. I don't know. It's weird. We looked a bit after the game. I'm not sure. I still don't know if he's supposed to castle short or long.
Well, kind of like once you played bishop c4, I'm kind of more intrigued about castling short then, because then your bishop doesn't eyeball the h7
But the problem is the queen is misplaced on e7.
Right.
It's not going towards the queen side. It looks like I can play in the center
and
a bit on the king side, kind of like a classical Caro can. But black is a lot slower on the queen side. Because if we were to castle
short,
rook here, I mean, these positions.
Well, your control of the center is pretty impressive,
my control is
right?
pretty good. The queen on e7, and so
feels a little misplaced.
It feels like here I put my rook to e1, and I can play h4, g4 next, or I can stabilize with c3. But this, I mean, I was looking at some plans, maybe
C7.
a6, b6, knight b6, things like that. But it's a little slow. It looks like, I mean, counterintuitively, I can play d5 and open up the position. Maybe this is how you're supposed to go. a6 now with the idea of maybe b5. If I go c3,
Why is c7 not hanging? Or, then you will take on
e4 and rook c8.
Right, and your c4. So, okay, that's right. So go ahead. a6, did you say?
Yeah. a6. And now I probably should go d5. And there are some tactics. But fortunately, it's generally beneficial for me that these moves don't work very easily because I can just play c3. So it's still problems because now after d5, b5, probably c7 is hanging. So again, this is slow.
Well, in this particular position, you've just done a lot better job at mobilizing your rooks than he
Yes.
did. Yeah.
So something, I don't know, something's off with the position.
Well, he got something, the two bishops, but
He
he's
did,
giving you
but-
something in return.
But there's no
better central control.
Mhm.
So after castle, so now
Rook
you know,
h1,
right?
king b8,
Looks reasonable.
c3. So now no queen b4. Now also playing against the bishop on f6. Again, e5 not quite in the cards because I can take on f6. My queen's not hanging because it's pinned. Plays h6, h4. Rook here, h5.
Not a fan of these moves by black.
But I actually don't know.
Knight f8.
Well, knight f8 was possible, but I don't know what it's threatening.
Well,
so I was looking at
yes.
positions like queen e3, and I'm going to play h4. But the problem is I can take on f6 at any point, and e5, d5 is good for me. I don't think this is
right. E5, e6, e5.
E6,
you're ready to meet
Yeah.
with d5.
And I'm always ready to. I mean,
It feels like kind of a shame. So I was trying to mobilize my rook. So you'll go rook e, I'll go rook e8. You'll go h4. I was thinking, okay, now I'll go back to f8.
Yeah.
And somehow, I'm kind of I'm a little. I'm groveling.
Yeah, you're groveling, but
I'm trying to hang on.
You're trying to hang on.
Okay.
But it's
still, a grovel.
Yeah, it's still comfortable for white, right?
Right.
Just a lot easier to play.
Oh yeah.
So the bishop's just.
The bishop on f6 is not a dream.
No, it's not. So
Okay.
I think queen e7 maybe is the start of his problems in the sense you have to be very precise about your plan because the breaks were c5 and e5 and none of them are possible. So this is always the problem. So I looked at that, but yeah, that's better. So h6, h4, rook here, h5.
And now you were just very happy to
Now I'm just
trade.
very happy.
You created some targets for him.
You know, I played
For
quicker this
you.
game. I put him in some time pressure. And this is just an unpleasant position to play in time pressure. So I was very happy that at least, look, I have a comfortable position. I don't need to overthink it. Just play my natural moves. And he got in big time trouble. He
Right.
played g5 here. I'm playing d5 anyways. This knight is also a problem.
Right.
And yeah, so g5, d5, and now I think it's pretty thematic, right? My rooks are well placed. And
Ideal.
What's really aesthetic is if e5, moves like queen f5 come into play, and it's like, this is a bad pawn structure, the bishop's blocked, I have ideas of d6. This is really bad as well. I mean, I have the light square control, and
you're in a flow here.
I'm in a flow. So,
Yeah.
so there's no way to
Nice.
equalize. But I did mess up. I thought I played it clean. I was feeling very good at this point. He can't take. He played bishop here, and I played quickly. Take. Now queen c7 and d6 is a variation. Now I gave up. I corrected his pawn structure, so I had to have something concrete here. I had d6, and my idea was that here the king is better for me that is on b8 than on c7, so there's a pin here.
Right.
And I thought this position was very promising. So here I had like 40 minutes, and he had like 5. But then I realized my original plan was, let's just say some sort of move like here to defend f7.
Right.
Knight takes, king takes, rook d2, a simple move, and this is a permanent pin.
Right.
So this is winning. What I missed originally was rook g7, and I thought I had the same thing. Rook d2, until I realized he can actually just move back,
And
just one more move
unwind.
and unwind, and he gets knight to f6. But fortunately, I got upset at myself here because if I don't have a move right now, bishop c6, king c7, black's going to put the knight at f6, he'll be okay. And from the position he had and the time situation, that's not acceptable. But after rook g7, okay, take, the key move as then bishop b5, king c7, and rook e4. I was happy to spot this.
Nice. Check on c4.
Yes,
to
check on
disturb.
c4 and then rook back. And so,
Right.
so here, rook takes, king takes, check, king c7, b4. and this is a very, very good endgame, maybe even winning. The same lines here, if takes, rook check, king over, and even like f3, this is a very, very bad endgame.
And just compare the rooks.
So there actually is not, I'm turning rook c4, so that line, knight c5 is a forced move. So it looks like I'm doing well anyways, but that was something I only saw when I realized rook g7, but rook g7, yeah, so I'm not sure what he was supposed to play here. This position now is very bad. Objectively, maybe it's close to lost. At least we didn't find something right away. He played bishop c6.
Okay.
And after knight takes, rook f8. I almost took this out of inertia. Rook d7 and knight e5.
You're on a roll.
It looked like I was like, he has rook g7. So
right.
So then then the adrenaline rush passed. I took some time finally, and this is important. Everything just collapses. Bishop takes, knight here, bishop c4. I'm up 2 pawns.
And knight e5.
Knight e5 is coming.
Yeah.
He has to continue with this initiative, but all I did was I needed to calculate this line that knight e5.
And you're even getting rook d2 at the right moment, yeah?
Yeah, rook d2. Well, he resigned here.
Right.
I think here the move is knight
d7,
even here. And I take on e4. So I'm just going to be up a full exchange. And yeah, rook d2 as you mentioned. So it crashed for him pretty quickly, just after knight d6.
But this game looked like power chess.
I'm very happy with this game because I spent a lot of time in the opening figuring out my setup, but then when I realized I put my rook on e1 and f1, queen on f4, once I saw that, I felt comfortable because from a practical point of view, it's very easy to play for white, and I leveraged that into a big time advantage.
What I really liked about your play in this game, Eric, is your decision to actually play bishop c4, keeping the d file open, so you have this d5. It's not often that white is, white is so often going h4, g4.
Yes, usually. Yeah.
You're not usually playing through the center like that, but this was a very powerful game. You're in good form.
It was a must-win game, and
makes the last 4 rounds that much more attractive for you.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. It's going to be. I still have to play Ilya and Gawain, so
you might be able to determine your own destiny.
Both with white, so I might have a say in the tournament. No, I'm still.
Well, you scared the bejesus out of the American team in the last round of the coup. You almost had a say in the gold medals there, as you took down Sam Shanklin and the siege. Oh boy!
It's every Canadian's duty to continuously beat Americans.
Well, you got Jeffrey. Yeah, wait a minute. You are an American killer. Wait a minute. Revoke this man's visa. Just
in my passport. I think there's so many strong young players in the U.S. right now. I tend to play better when I play against them. I mean, they're playing well as well, but I'm motivated. Just like in junior events or playing people, there's more of a sense of a rivalry or competition because it's still the same continent, and you know that they're trying to beat you. So I really like playing. I've played all Lenderman, Nerdeski, Shanklin, quite a few of them. It's very enjoyable because the level has really improved and that's how I got good at chess. Was I played in the U.S. when I was younger, so. They like to play aggressive, and they're. I don't know. It's
a very, very special atmosphere here at the Tata Steel because you're going on the stage. You got this world champion Magnus Carlsen who's walking around looking at your games on occasion. You don't want to look like an idiot making some bozo move. You want to make him look at your move and go, "Whoa, very impressive." So you're feeling that tension of all of these grandmasters looking over your shoulder. And spectators as well.
No, and I was telling in private, Nils was telling me, you can't hide in this tournament if you're overrated or,
you're
people don't think very highly of your grandmaster title. You're going to be exposed because it's a round robin, and people here are more often than not underrated. A lot of juniors, a lot of people in good form who qualify for the event. So, yeah, there's way more pressure than normal, and I really like playing under those circumstances. But
Well, lovely. You don't move.
Yeah.
You're not off the hook yet. Nice game.
Mhm.
Definitely giving you that, Eric. You're playing good chess. Oops, I just wanted to bring up the games of Magnus to see.
Do you want the standings first?
Oh, yes, I did want the standings. There we have them. In the challenger section, thanks to his victory today, Ilya Smirin for the first time. Marcus went off to a 4-0 start, right? Ilya Smirin for the first time is right there at +4. Jeffrey +3. Gawain drops to +3.
I'm +2.
Yes, you're +2.
Temporarily,
Yes,
I'm in 5th because Lou is
Sole
still playing.
fifth.
He's still playing.
Oh,
and
he's
he's
sole
at
fifth.
+2.
And Niels, is
He
he still
drew
playing?
against Bach.
Benjamin Bach.
Yes.
Yes. So, and you mentioned that you have Gawain and Ilya still on your schedule.
Gawain and Ilya with white. I have black against Sopico and black against Lou. I have black against Lou tomorrow, so that's a big game.
Right.
Lou is still playing, but yeah, he still has chances as well.
Excellent. Okay, let's go to our game of the standings, by the way, with the Chinese player is still in progress. And we're going to have an interview with Jeffrey coming up. Let me just take a look at the... Pardon me?
It's ready.
Guess what? We're going to go to an video interview that was taped after Jeffrey won.
Oh, okay.
And we'll come back a few minutes after that video and pick up live on the game of Magnus Carlsen and Luke Van Velde.
Jeffrey, you have just defeated the tournament leader Gawain Jones, and now you're second after Marcus Rager. How do you feel about that game?
I'm quite happy with the game. I think out of the opening, I got a slight edge, and then he made some strange moves, and I was able to capitalize on them.
What do you think was his mistake?
I think the big mistake was A5 by him. If he plays rook e7, I think I'm slightly better, but after A5, I should have a big advantage.
How do you like it here in Vaikanzee? This is the first time you play, and you are the youngest participant in the Challengers and also in the Masters, if we count both. How does it feel for you to be here?
It's a very beautiful country, and this is a beautiful village. So far, I'm enjoying myself, and hopefully I can finish the tournament on a good note.
Thank you, and we wish you good luck.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that interview with Jeffrey. We were just taking a look at the Luke Van Velde's rook ending, but Magnus has this double threat of h6 and rook takes a5. That looks like it's over. Luke is going to lose that game.
Yes, still.
But the crazy game, the crazy position is still this game of Dmitry versus Pavel.
The names.
Yeah, they'll get that.
Okay.
Okay. So Dmitry White has just played this move, Bishop D1, and unfortunately for Pavel, he's created a mess on the board. Eric?
Well, I
what do you
mean, now
see?
your queen d7 threat is real. Queen d7, the knight goes to d4. The king is safe. If the queens are off, white should be winning. With that.
With those terribly powerful connected pass pawns. So you're saying queen d7 is a threat, thanks to also the support that the knight on d4 would give.
Yeah.
And the time after getting their extra hour for making the time control, Dimitri's actually took a long time. He's spent nearly half an hour of his time.
Well, I think he felt like, look, I have chances again, so let's maximize that.
Right. There was a number of mating patterns that. So I'm guessing that he took a fairly long time about his decision to play the move Bishop D1, but I'm looking at it. I would be saying I'm very satisfied
as
white. I mean, considering what I had and what I now have, it's.
I agree. Yeah. So I mean, there's only 3 moves to look at here: Gf4, Rook E2, and Queen B6. There's no other candidate moves, are there? I mean, it's in a way,
That
even though it looks
seems
very,
to be the case,
it looks
right?
chaotic, but it's kind of like White's moves are only moves and kind of easy to play.
Right.
And it's like my game against Nils, you know, kind of getting, well, if you're getting close to mated, at least you know you know what to look for. So here,
well,
we've looked at most of those moves. And there's nothing else in the position unless, well, there's no other check.
exactly.
And you just start with the forcing moves, and it's calculation. Actually, this might be a position where, I mean, it's concrete that we might have an evaluation. Like, if we're not seeing a mate, this is looking very bad for Aliano.
Exactly. Well, one of the again, we were just looking at the most forcing lines. We were looking at something like this, where I remember we chased the white king to g4, and we came up empty-handed. Maybe here, should I be trying to force a perpetual check? In other words, can I take the time to play a move like this one?
Yeah. So now let's play queen to d7 check.
Lots of checks for you, of course. Now again, I'm willing to make a draw.
Sorry, queen e7 check.
Yeah.
E7.
So I'm willing to make a draw. Queen e7 check. Pardon
I'm
me.
willing to accept that draw and use it for a future game of I'll shake to that.
No, I mean, okay. So, do you, as white, have more than a perpetual, or you think it's enough? Queen. This.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to
Yes.
play queen e4 check.
Right. Precisely. I'll go back to g7.
And if I queen here, oh, you have queen. That's a
here.
blunder, yeah, because of queen g3, king f5, queen g6.
Whoa!
Or
That
am I
went
missing
fast.
something else?
Queen.
Oh, g6. There's king. Oh, queen king. King f4, huh?
King f.
And now rook h4.
You get the queen with
check. Yeah. No, that's why I blundered. But,
okay.
Okay, so I can't queen because I want to walk along the right squares.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's do it right away.
Let's do it right.
King f5.
Brilliant. They call him genius. King f5. Oh my
Again,
goodness.
not a lot of checks to calculate here. Yes, only one check besides rook h5, and so take king e6. Nope, but that's
what?
I just queen.
And you mate me.
Well, you're still not even checking me, so I'm gonna mate you, queen c7.
And you mate me nicely.
Queen h7.
Oh, queen h. Hold on. This is one of the craziest. In the old days, we used to have adjournments. And what an adjourned position this kind of game would have been. I mean, people would have been burning the midnight oil till, by the break of dawn. Do you see it?
Well, I don't know if I messed up. The funny, well, keep going. Check.
Okay.
Check on d8.
Oops, sorry. Check on d8.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll drop back with one of my queens. Check.
Mm-hmm. Take.
C7.
C7.
I ran out of pawns to queen, but you still have plenty.
Queen check on b6.
Yes.
King d7.
Yes. And I don't have rook h7 because you actually capture it. Oh.
This looks messy, but I think my evaluation is this looks good for white in all the lines
Exactly.
because the checks.
Wow.
The king, if the king is escaping, then white has only their draw or win.
Wow. So this is our current position. That whole variation came from what we thought was a very forcing sequence, and you came up with a very nice idea of bringing the queen to e4 and then walking with your king, right? This is how we got all of this. And now this great move, king f5.
I have some experience running around in the wilderness. So
one of my favorite quotes, I'm sure you're familiar with it, because that was one of the pop the question, or ask your question to the players. What's your favorite quote? One of my favorites was the one by Michael Tall. He liked to walk his opponent into a deep forest
yes.
where 2 + 2 = 5, and there was only room enough for one player to come from the forest. That's great. I mean, that's just, and that was Misha. I mean, it was fantastic. This is a nice walk into the forest with this whole King E6. I like it a lot.
This is a bit of a weird position because we should still technically look at put the king on e6, queen takes e2.
Oh, sorry. I did something wrong. What was that?
Check.
Yes.
King up.
King f5, you like?
No, I don't like it because of takes. King f5. I mean, the variation, I think I was being sloppy there.
Oh,
got a bit excited.
You got yourself all excited.
So
Okay.
take on g3, king e6,
Right.
queen takes e2.
Queen takes e2.
And it looks like white's going to be playing down material.
After trade, king.
Queen.
Push?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes. Queen.
Yeah. So
Queen.
I think
You got
this
yourself.
is good for black, yeah. Right.
Yes.
I just
Dude, you blew it. That was a crazy line. Okay, so hold on.
Well,
If it's
okay,
good for
white has
black,
at least a perpetual here, and
because of the the direct.
And what was your idea? Oh, the idea if you take here is that there's queen check, which wins.
Which wins?
Yes, because of queen g6 now.
Exactly.
So.
And you can't take with the pawn for that reason.
Yeah.
So you can't take. Sorry, you can't take with the queen because the bishop is hanging. Can you?
I'm looking at moves like this, you know, to try to
bishop c4. If you're unwilling to give me a perpetual check, which maybe you should. How is this? Is this crazy or what?
I think you're getting mated here, right?
Okay, why
Just
am I
check.
getting mated? Oh.
This is fun.
Oh, you were supposed to give me a check on g5 so I could run with my king. Checking on h3 is a nasty.
No, I'm not going to let you cross the border.
Yeah, exactly.
We have
I'm gonna make a wall.
mounted Canadian police.
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Police. Dudley Do-Right. I used to watch these cartoons where it was Dudley Do-Right was the Canadian mounted police who always saved the day. The Canadians always came to the rescue and saved the day.
Sounds like a good.
It was a great cartoon.
Series. Yeah, a great cartoon.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And we have some pop your question in chess quotes somewhere. Something, I've been told. There's a pop.
What is your favorite chess quote?
Favorite chess quote? Actually, I really like the one of Bent Larsen. If you have to be a chess grandmaster, you have to win the White at least once.
Well, I think it's famous statement of Tartakover that in a chess game wins the one who did mistake not the last bit, but the one mistake before.
Never say never.
Something like chess is life, but life is not only chess.
My life is chess, but my life is not only chess.
If I win this game, well, then I will thank God on my knees. But once you won the game, you will never thank God anyway. Yeah, so.
Well, I hope you enjoyed those chess quote pop your question interviews there. While you were watching those interviews, Grandmaster Eric Hansen and I were looking at this, and we were scattered, and we just simply had to ask Leonard, what's the computer saying? The computer says, take the draw. And we kind of understand that. They're really dangerous.
Yeah.
That the white king can get captured. So essentially, the position at hand for Pavel has called for him to sacrifice the exchange, and he didn't do it.
No.
He played g5. This is where all of our analysis was taking place, was based on this forcing move, rook e2, bishop e2, queen b6 check, leading to that crazy, wacky perpetual takes, knight takes f4, And I would be scared to death if I were. These pawns look monstrous to my eyes. What do you think Pavel has in mind? Rook, he has played queen b6 check. We don't have to ask.
Well,
and king. You know, I have a dear friend from Vancouver, BC. His name is Bruce Harper, a very strong master from the Pacific Northwest. And he's trying to engage me in a project, a writing project, a book called King Marches. And one of our chapters, of course, is failures. So is this going to be a failure or a successful king march?
I think it's going to be successful. But it's a forced king march, so it's not one that we can even criticize. That was the only move.
Okay.
So Dmitry played it right away because there's just
it's
nothing
an only
else.
move.
He just says, what are you going to do? And
Okay.
now the only checks are rook e2 and f5.
What about this one?
Oh, no, you're right. I missed one. Yeah,
In the
it's
immortal
okay.
words of Larry Christensen, I'm trying to get you from behind. rough crowd.
That's
that's rough. Okay,
it's
so
happened to me too many
check,
times.
king up, or king over, or king back.
Okay, I'm going to play king d5.
Up. Okay, so king to d5, check. Ooh, I could even take the bishop with a check.
But then I play king c5. Do you have any checks there?
No, I
That
don't.
was-
So, okay, I like this rook check. And by the way, we do have a result, and from the configuration of the kings, it looks like Magnus has won. And somehow Magnus seems a little peeved. It's sort of like, I won, but he's not a happy camper. You think it's that those two results with Anish Giri, he's still carrying them from earlier rounds where he didn't make Anish.
If he doesn't look happy, it probably means he was maybe unhappy about something he did in this game. Because he
In
seems
his own
to
play.
recover well. Yeah, something
Yeah.
about his own play.
Okay, back to the game of Pavel. Rook d2 check. Now, king. Wow. Okay, Eric, I'm flummoxed. What-
King. Okay, let's just look at. Ooh, I have to be very careful.
I know.
King to c4.
King takes c4.
Yes.
Okay. King takes
So
c4.
queen a2 forced. I hope I'm not missing a check. I did that.
Right, yeah. Queen, now I have bishop b3.
Mhm. Queen a6. And I think this might be the perpetual.
This looks like, you mean if I go here, you can check,
Or on
and
A5.
or even on a5. And this could be a repetition.
It really does look like it because
Right.
we're running out of real estate.
Well, should we be looking for, running out of real estate like that? Should we be looking at white? Black maybe playing for a win? Can I take this guy?
King c5.
Let me take some more. I'm just going to hack as many pieces of yours off the board. So I've got ideas. I don't know.
You've got ideas.
You know,
Oops.
trying to make as many
Okay,
checks.
check on e7.
So is it now my turn, my king's turn to go on? I think Bruce and I are going to have a new chapter in the book, Mutual King Marches.
Check on e8.
You got it? I notice you're like leading into the board there. Like,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. It almost looks like some composition by Jan Timman or something. You know, you're expecting some crazy moves, but there's two rooks still on the board.
So if
you take one of the rooks, I got queen g1 check, making your king walk to an awkward square, right?
But what does awkward mean? Yeah, this.
And again, I mean, if this was an adjourned game position, I mean, the whole...
Okay, yeah, so let's say a queen on b8.
You queen
Mhm.
on b8. Oh my. So you leave me with 2 rooks in the position. I feel I've got to give
King
a check.
d6. I
Oh
want to
my
run to
God.
c7.
This is crazy. Check.
King c7.
Take on g3.
Sir, if I have to look at this position, you're going to be paying me.
Yeah, exactly. By
my
the
head,
check.
My head is about to explode here.
Me too. I'm with you. Queen
Um,
g3 is wrong, by the way, because you're checking me on c8, unfortunately. This is absolute insanity, people. This is an amazing, an extraordinary position. And I mean, what's really sad for yourselves is that you're probably looking at these engines lines that are giving you all the answers,
Yeah.
and you're not appreciating how these players, what
Yeah.
contortions and what
Abs-
variations they're looking at, and they're, you know, like,
Oh, yeah, no,
they're
this
nervous as all get out, right? Because 3 results are possible in this game, and the times are 22 minutes for Dmitry White, 33 minutes for Pavel. What's extraordinary is that after going for this line with Queen b6 check, there was only one move, King e4, and he played it right away. And now Pavel's actually thinking,
Well, that's why it is easier to play for white. That's the one thing here.
there is a diff, Eric, and in those variations we were just looking at. When I took on f4, you didn't recapture.
No.
If I take on f4 now, do you have to capture?
Let's take it. Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering, can I go queen? How did I do it last time? I went queen b1 check, king went to d4, and then you took on c4 or d5?
I took
So-
on c4.
Okay.
So rook f4, take with the pawn.
Okay. And now we get
Queen b1.
Yes.
King
And now,
d4.
yes.
Let's say king d5.
Oh, pardon me.
No, wait. Actually, that's a good question. What do I do here? Because
If you go back to f3, I take the bishop with check.
and
You
if
go
I
to
go to... Ooh, okay, yeah. So play the only move? Uh-huh.
this one. Yeah. This one. You're gonna go. No, now I've got you. He has played queen b1 check, by the way. He didn't play rook f4, so. Oh my goodness, it's a fascinating game.
Yes,
I mean,
we could-
let's just have a look quickly at the other 2 games in
Yep.
progress. We're going to take a break thereafter because this is an extraordinary game. Fantastic stuff going on. The Chinese Grandmaster, he's been nursing an extra pawn against Bhaskaran Abidan. This is the current position. The last move was Black's. Black had played last. Rook b6, a6. Still think White has excellent winning chances. Extra pawn.
Yeah, and right here, I mean, where does the king go? You play rook c2 check.
Exactly.
King has to go to b6.
Awkward square indeed.
Awkward square. And I guess rook a3 is black's only source of fighting back.
Right, but I feel that this should hold excellent winning chances for the Chinese player. I'll start with knight. This looks a little funky move, isn't it? Knight d8.
Okay, but
I want to.
I'm starting on. Oh, you want to play rook c3 if rook a3?
Precisely. I'd love to take the rooks
Okay,
off
so
the board and
king
play
b5.
a straight knight ending. Yes. Now what great shakes have I achieved by putting my knight on? I'm not sure I did.
A ribbon.
Yeah, a blue ribbon. A blue ribbon. That's first place, right?
No,
The blue ribbons.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. Okay. Still some work.
Still some work to do. It's still unclear. Maybe 50-50.
And who's the other game in progress? Why? No.
Nepo.
Nepo. There we are. Oh my. Wow.
Another
I
race.
really thought that it was a one-sided race and it was all... Somehow this knight was on f5. Yeah, I thought, okay, the white in this position was ready to escort the g-pawn quickly, but let's see how it knight. I
Well,
like the knight on f5.
Yeah,
What about
well,
you?
he must have calculated something. The problem is the bishop does dominate the knight on f5, so you have only one plan if you keep the knight on f5, and that's just to push the pawn. So
Okay.
something about that must have bothered him. Because, yeah, we would all leave it on f5. You'd lose time by moving it. Unless he thought he was mating with the knight on b5.
Indeed. Whoa. A3, queen and pawn, queen and 2 pawns versus queen and 1 pawn. Anybody?
Not what you wanted as white when you headed into this.
No. So he went this away. And this is where we stand at the moment. Wow. Hamana.
Okay, let's... You know what, Yasser, I'm feeling generous. I think I'm going to pass this position to you. My hands off.
Did I mention you were my hero? Never, right? And I'm still not mentioning it. Ooh, you pass off this position to me. Well, I believe in Ian. I think he's figured something out. I would just
So
love
you
to
want to get the
channel
queen
him.
to a4? You want to get the queen somewhere on the a file, or I guess?
You know.
Okay, but this looks good, right? Just
Queen g4.
oh, that's a nice move.
Well, it's visual. You got to give me credit for that. You're right. I
So
was
now
trying
I play
to.
queen a8 check. No.
Holy cow! I didn't even see queen a8 check. So knight h6. Of course, you're going to
Queen
play
A8.
queen h. Oh my goodness! So that
So
is not
A2.
right. So that move was just wrong.
But that's a immediate. Well, okay. Wait a second.
I was
Queen
going to.
f3 almost looks interesting. but-
Okay, let's start with a check. Right? We got to
Sure.
look
King
at the
C7?
forcing. Oh, no, king c7. Right. Queen d5.
I don't know.
I'm looking at you. I'm
Don't
waiting.
look at me.
I'm waiting for confirmation that I haven't hung my face. And you're like,
That's the nice move. Their idea is to
Yes.
mate me after queen g7 and a8.
yeah. Wow. Well, this is.
That looks very precise.
I'm
I'm impressed.
We're seeing some amazing games, and you
Yeah.
know what? We have a problem. Our problem is we're moving to Harlem tomorrow. And we're going to have to tear down the whole studio, rebuild it over at our new facility, and we're in this horrible space where we've got the most fascinating games going on in the tournament, and we're in time trouble for tomorrow's round to get ourselves rebuilt. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We're going to talk it over with the producers of how we want to handle what's going on in this fantastic games. At the same time, make sure that we're in time to deliver a great show tomorrow.
Didn't mention that I'm being left behind in Vaikanze.
Yeah.
The
well.
studio's being packed, Magnus and players are leaving, but the challengers are left
Or in the master, right here.
left in the village.
Left in the village.
And
You'll miss Harlem and the Philharmonia.
yeah, so I'll still be here.
Okay. Eric, thank you so much for
No
joining us. It
worries.
was really, really a lot of fun. Well done on the
Thank
game.
you.
Concentrate on your tournament. Don't get yourself too stressed about what's going on in the Masters games.
No.
They've been crazy. We'll be back in a few minutes to tell you what we're going to do for the rest of today. Thank you. Hello, chess fans, and welcome back again to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. It's been a wild round 9. Extraordinary things have been going on. What a time for a dramatic finale. We're under time travel because we'll be moving to Haarlem. I'm going to pick up Haarlem tomorrow. I'm picking up the game between Ian and Pentala. White, of course, is a pawn up, but I'm suspecting that this game is going to end in a draw through either some perpetual check ideas. We left it in a situation, Eric Hansen was with me, where both players were trying to promote their passed pawns. I saw this cool move, Queen G4, which, funnily enough, very visual move, was chosen by Ian. Black promoted to a queen, knight h6, discovered check on black's queen. Black interposed his queen with the move queen e6. We had a queen trade followed by a new promotion of the pawn. King d7 check, king c6. This is our current position, and after king c6, white has played the move knight to g4, and now we have queen to d4 on the board. So again, very, very tough game. White, a pawn to the good. Suspect it's closer to a draw than it is a win, but still a lot of chess to be played here. Let's go to the two crucial games that are still in progress. Pavel, Dmitry versus Pavel. My goodness. After we left it, there was a queen b1 check, king to d5. With Grandmaster Eric Hansen, I was looking at a line that went like queen takes d1 check, king c5, rook takes f4, and there was some crazy perpetual check drawing ideas that we were looking at. That game, if it is a draw, is huge for our standings, and it's been just wild. All three results are possible. Please keep your eye on that game. Also, very important game. Wesley So is looking at that game with a great deal of interest as Wei Yi is nursing an extra pawn and has been for quite some time. Rook and knight versus rook and knight, but four pawns for white, only 3 for Adiban. I really like the Chinese Grandmaster's chances of winning this game, but I've been saying that for the better part of an hour and a half. Adiban putting up great resistance so far in this game. I'm expecting that in this exact position, as I see the players at the board, I'm expecting white to finally put his passer to good use and start with the move a2, a4, eyeballing the opportunity of playing a5 check. This knight on e6 is anxious to get in some kind of mating patterns, or just to basically drive black's king backwards. So good chances of Wei Yi winning. Let me just go back to that game of Pavel. Oops, that's the wrong, I clicked on the wrong game. And also do keep in mind that even after we do pack up and start looking towards tomorrow's round in Haarlem, that when my audio stops, we will still be online showing the webcams of the players. That will only unfortunately last for a bit, but of course the games will be featured live in your game viewer. So again, king d5, queen takes d1 check is our anticipated move. King to c5. White, of course, has his own perpetual checking ideas in the position himself. So that's why we're looking at rook takes f4, g takes f4, queen g1 check. We're not sure which player is going to be the one delivering a perpetual check. Do keep in mind there's all kinds of blunders to be avoided. After rook takes f4, don't reach for your b pawn. Don't try to promote that pawn to a queen, because you will have regrets following rook h5 check. So lots of tricky, trappy things going on in this game. Wei Yi looks to be a big favorite to win his game. And finally, I'm going to close the show looking at Ian's position. Extra pawn, but this pawn on f2 is doing a great job at protecting White's king, and it's going to be very hard to see how White's going to be able to advance that pawn while simultaneously not allowing a perpetual check by his opponent. It's been an extraordinary day, a day of a chess player's delight. I mean, this is what the leading grandmasters of the world were brought to Vaikanze to do, to entertain us with some fantastic fighting chess. They succeeded beyond all measure today. It's been brilliant. I wish you all a wonderful good night. Inviting you to join it with us tomorrow from Harlem. Will be a half an hour later than our original scheduled time, so we'll be starting at 2 in the afternoon here in Holland. Wishing you all a wonderful evening.